Well, that was fast.
The preamble starts now. I pressed the button, so there we go.
He pushed the button. Ah! I'm waiting for it to pop up on my
Uh,
phone so I
uh,
can see the chat. There it is.
yeah, should be good. Apparently we froze. There it goes. Okay. Source.
Wow.
Wow. I have to use Twitter over here because I can't use it over there. To put my docket up on the other side. Look,
Do you
I
have two
need.
keyboards or do you use the same one for both?
No, I have a different keyboard. I mean, my laptop keyboard. So we're lucky that I have that one.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Because I'm
at
literally
least there's one
playing.
S.
I was playing Overwatch with Waffle last night, and I'm like, why? What am I hitting? Why can't I back up?
Yeah,
And then I'm like,
WASD is not the
and then I
same
was
when it's
trying,
WAD.
yeah, I was trying to type, and it's like, oh, look, S doesn't work. Oh, S doesn't work.
Yeah.
Is that a threat or a promise?
Why not both?
Why not
I
both?
promise to threaten you.
Oh, that was almost as funny as last night's escapade. I don't know if you saw that in chat. So my
Which
brother,
one?
so I'm playing. So after the keyboard decided to fuck up, Waffle's like, I guess it's time for Diablo then. So I'm gonna go play Diablo. And my brother like just boots it up on the Xbox, and it
Oh, I
just
remember you
lets him.
saying something about that
It
last night.
literally
Yeah.
just let him. It just let him. So I'm playing on my Series X here, and he's playing on the One S over there.
Do you guys share a library, like a home Xbox?
Well, I mean, I think this, I think this one over here, the Series X, is my home Xbox.
Because
So I have
then,
no idea why. I have no idea why it worked. Just that it did work.
well, it worked out.
I'm like, it's the worst case. I would have just gone over to the sofa and played over there. But
Hmm.
there's no speakers on.
Well,
I have no speaker set up here. So
but
besides the
now
one on the
everyone get
TV,
to be happy.
yeah, I just thought it was funny. I'm like, okay, whatever. I didn't expect it to work. I know you could cheese it with because the thing is, I invited him to the group and everything, and just let me. He's like, ah, whatever, this
Yeah.
is fine. Like, is it
I know
because it
you're
was?
just gonna do it the hard way if I say no, so whatever. We'll just skip the middleman.
I wonder if it's because we're like on the same network or something.
That makes too much sense.
Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta send a tweet out. Oh.
I mean, when you're the only one, you are the best by default, but that also makes you the worst. We hold all the crowd.
Oh no. Oh, someone replied to that. Did they reply to that tweet final? Or people just clowning on the guy harder? Oh, I think he's gonna clown on now. Oh no. Oh no, he picked it wrong.
He's getting jumped.
Let's go. Oh, sorry. If you ever typed at, use the at sign instead of typing at.
Hmm.
I'm going to call the FCC that up with support thing. Oh god damn
He's
it.
not wrong.
He is
We are
not
the
wrong.
only one, so we're all of them.
We're all well once.
All I can say
Uh,
is you'll never catch me alive.
catch me. You're finishing this tweet. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's getting close. Must be an awful lot of exceptions out there. Oh, fixing in on these people. Oh, it's gonna be a day.
Yeah, you love to see it.
I just don't know why they pick fights.
For the attention. I mean, there's no
Uh,
way people were picking all these fights assuming that they're going to win them with all these strangers. At some point, they have to realize.
you think so? Diablo. I think I hit 42-ish.
Uh, my main is like level 51. I haven't been playing it in the last few days. I've been playing a lot of Shoulders of Giants. And I'm definitely not fusing some weapons before we start. Couldn't be me.
Wouldn't be me.
Yeah, no, that'd be crazy.
I got an ending in Loop 8, and I have come to terms that it is probably one of the most is the worst marketed game. I play Sorcerer.
Holy
Sorcerer is
shit,
the
this
best, but
crazy rocket launch.
I'm convinced that Loop 8 is an absolute fantastic game, but held back by some weird mechanical choices.
I thought that was always the case. Or do you mean,
It's. I got to the ending and it cemented the fuck out of me. Yeah, I'm playing
wait,
Ice
what?
right now because Ice is fun. It just cemented it. The ending was like, oh, because it all made sense at the end, and people were like
Hmm.
hinting towards things. You had to like read between the lines with it, and I'm sure there's a lot, that's what made the game journalists hate it, is because
Hmm.
you actually had to read and
Yeah,
comprehend what you were reading. This is not the kind of game I recommend like streaming or something.
yeah. If it's anything that you have to not have your hand forcibly held for, the journalists aren't gonna like it.
That's why.
I'd say it's a pity, but it's not. They're just idiots.
They're right that the mechanics, especially when looping, are get kind of tedious
Hmm.
because you have to talk through people, and then because you get blessings which give you like base stats basically for certain relationships, that you have to go through all the little events that could come
Hmm.
up to get if you get to that level. So there's
Interesting.
the like you have to meet them, they introduce themselves, they do the thing, and then it's just like you
Can
can
you fast
skip
forward
it.
any of it?
You can fast forward and you can skip it, but the problem is that you have to do it every time.
Is there no? Because I know a lot of visual novels not have loops, but for multiple plays, it's like skip if you've seen it. So just every time new stuff stays, but it fast forwards everything
And
else.
no, it does
Does
not
it
have
have
an
anything like
option
that?
like that.
Ah,
It also
unfortunate.
doesn't have a it doesn't have the see what was said in case you skip something that was new, thinking it was something that was old.
Oh, oh.
Quality of life stuff brings it down, but like it's
You mean
actually a
not
good
having
game.
it?
Yeah, not happy. Like it
Okay,
pulls down the experience, but it's a good game,
yeah. Well, I
and I'm
mean, that's a
still
good
playing.
thing because if it's a good game and a good story surrounded by some unfortunate things, but they're smaller, you can either patch them or in the next game implement better things. It's much harder if you have really nice quality of life stuff, but a really shitty game, because then at its core, it's just not fun to play. It sounds like that has a lot of potential, though.
It does. It does. It does.
Well,
Uh,
that I love to hear.
I was trying to think through how you'd make it better, and I think the first thing I would have done is implemented is replace the clock mechanic, the time mechanic, with a
Hmm.
stamina system.
Mm.
So this sounds weird, but um,
You mean after a certain amount of actions, quote unquote, you'd loop instead of a
no,
timer?
no, not loop, not loop, but like because it's split into days. So you know how like
Oh, okay.
Persona has like
Yeah, actions per day instead
two or
of
three times a day or whatever, and
yeah,
most of your day is school if it's a school event. And there's like two time slots you have afterwards, maybe
yeah,
depending on
after
what you
school
do.
and night.
Yeah, an evening.
Yeah,
Because the game's like takes place in summer and you have basically all the free time, you can just wander around and do whatever.
yeah.
I think cut down on some of the because the other characters have stamina too that you can't see.
So what you're saying is you can't do everything in one loop anyway, but you don't
No,
you don't
you'll
have anything to do after a certain time. Like you want to force the
not
loop.
that you want to force the loop. I see it's hard to talk about loop 8 without spoiling it. But I'm going to
That's true.
switch
I have
into
to play it at some point too. I was
yeah,
waiting for a sale on that one.
I think that's fair. And maybe they'll patch it and I'll be like, well, I feel dumb for playing it early, but damn,
Nah,
is it
you
good? And
sounded like you're having a great time, and you kept wanting to play it over other things, so I could tell you were invested.
I am invested, but whenever I have to loop and go through all the tedious stuff, I'm like, I'm gonna go do something else now.
We'll make a
So
sandwich.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich because this is an Xbox podcast, and that's what Xbox people do is make a sandwich.
Yeah.
And we're live for real now. Not preamble. Me talking about Loop
Oh
8 some
God,
more.
I I looked at the screen and I thought it was Mario Kart for a second, and I saw Sonic's head. Like, hey.
Team Sonic Racing is absolutely underrated and is
Oh yeah,
completely fantastic. Restart this
the
video.
because that's the Mario Kart one, but there's like Sonic R or something, which
No,
is like they
this
run
is the
around.
newer one, isn't it? Uh,
I think it's the port of the 360 one, isn't it?
no, no, this is this one. Sumo Digital's Team Sonic Racing.
Oh, what the hell am I thinking of? Sonic All Stars Racing or
I
something?
think you are. Uh,
Okay,
yeah,
there's a lot of racing games for Sonic.
this
Riders is
honestly,
awesome.
what's cool about this game is you can play it co-op, so you can make teams and you play in a team, and you don't have to be like just trying to screw everyone. I can you feel the sunshine? Yeah, that song's in here for sure.
But does it have butt rock? Like all of the butt rock? I want some Crush 40 butt rock.
There is a Crush 40 song in it, but I don't. Uh, I can't remember which one it is. I think it's in one that they did for it. Like,
Hmm.
absolutely love the absolutely love the weird aesthetic and craziness that is
I mean, it's funny
us.
because I recognize this level from Sonic Adventure 2, just the aesthetic. But besides that, it just looks like a combination of Mario Kart and cruising. Especially that little backflip right there. Like every time you go off a ramp and cruising, I always do a little wheelie, so I do a bunch of flips in the air. And I'm not saying this is an insult to the Sonic game. It's just it reminds me of those, and I mean it as a compliment because I enjoy those games.
I mean, this
I
game
haven't
is
played this one yet
fantastic.
though.
It's absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic. I picked it up on like a sale. I think it was like 10 or 15 bucks for the physical, and I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
whatever. And then I played it. And I'm like, this is awesome. Actually, I actually like it better than Mario Kart.
Oh, I mean, it's hard for me to say. I don't want to say I'm tired of Mario Kart, but I've been playing Mario Kart 8 for a long time. We need a new Mario Kart. I appreciate the level packs they've been doing, but I need some variety. Like the mechanics are needing a bit of polish and an update. They're great for the time, but remember, this was a Wii U launch title. We're almost on the Switch 2. Felt like a decade of Mario Kart 8 now.
Yeah. Why do they need new cars? That is a point. Why do they need? I
Diddy Kong Racing, I wouldn't mind. I love the 3DS one.
Not all the characters are as fast as Sonic though, because you have characters that have different stats. Like they all have different in this one. Like you see him because I'm playing Blaze, and I've got Silver, and I can never remember his name. I don't know why he's on
Uh,
their team.
you don't like Vector, dude?
Is it
Vector the
Vector? It's not
crocodile?
Vector. Is it Vector?
It is Vector. What, you think I'm making this up?
I remember Vector Man.
I was like,
Ah,
what?
better than
Oh,
Dragon Kart.
Ron, son.
Okay, we need a Sonic Yakuza or like a dragon
I
crossover
would love
cart.
if
I
one of the
need
Super
it.
Monkey Ball guys came in. Just like I on his little ball running through the course.
You just have
A
everything.
hamster ball. Yeah. I that would be the
Do,
true Sega All-Star Racing. Give me all the All-Stars from Sega.
I would absolutely love that. It'd be amazing.
Give me Polygon Virtua Fighter or Akira from like the original game. Just stick him in a car.
Oh,
I think people underestimate the
goaded
power of crossovers.
goat means greatest of all time. I know you're not. It's super. It's good. It's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, it
It's how
became
people
a
talk.
pretty big phrase in the last few years.
And it's Star Theme racetrack. Yeah, why not? Go nuts.
You're gonna see a
Honest.
lot more of that now. Ever
I
since they added that creative update,
yeah.
I've been looking online at some of the stuff people are building. It's crazy. You have so much control over that. Um, I know Sam's been enjoying that too. But just in general, they've been doing tons of it. It almost looks like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom.
Actually, I have a
Like,
story. We have a update involving Chocobo
yeah,
Racing. So Chocobo Racing GP originally launched with shitty on the Switch with shitty microtransactions and stuff. The
and not
microtransactions,
even the full game.
yeah,
It was
not even
like
the
you had to
full
pay for
game.
the game, and then it had free to play shit
Yeah,
after a full payment.
yeah. So it actually got re-released silently this week
Which is so funny.
with all the microtransactions removed.
And all the content is unlockable in game now.
Yeah, the way it should have been from the start.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is that they didn't advertise that or even mention it. The fact that they fixed it and made people happy, and they're like, "Fuck it. If they find out, they find out. Whatever." Like, no, people might actually buy your game now.
Yeah, maybe we should port it to things other than just the Switch.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, I
Just,
like the Switch,
just a
but that has
thought.
Mario Kart. Don't put a Mario Kart like game exclusively on the thing that has the original. If you're gonna clone the game, and I know it's originally not a clone, but this one was kind of skimped down. They tend to do that with some of their ports, like Dissidia, where they're like, we could make a new Dissidia game, or we could port the arcade one that has none of the story mode, none of the content, and half of the gameplay. We'll do that. And then no one bought it, and now they're never going to make another one, and I'm so sad.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna be one of those.
Yeah, where they set it up to fail, and then they're like, "Well, clearly no one wanted it." It's
No
like,
one
no,
wanted
it's because
this.
you gave us a dog turd that was on fire, and now you're like, "Why did no one buy it?"
No
Can't
one
believe it.
bought this game because they can't.
There's clearly no interest.
I don't know if Tom Berry was. I didn't pick it up because it was a transaction riddled fueled mess of
Yeah.
Square's terrible ineptness.
I wonder if it's
That's.
the same price or if it's reduced now. Because if it's reduced, I might snag it on a sale and actually be able to enjoy some of the content.
I'm not gonna just pick up the Switch and check quick to see if it's on the store.
I'd love Tonberry if he had like a crazy dumb mechanic. Like if he came from last to second place on the final lap, he kills first place or something stupid like that.
He just kills them. They're
He
just
just
gone.
murder. Yeah,
you
they get
you
last place by
lose.
default.
You get
He
shanked.
just stabs him in the back. He's like, I'm in first now.
Um,
And they get immediate last place. Ugh. That'd be high risk, high reward too, because that means you got to start in last place on the last lap. That ain't
yeah,
easy.
it's
I
it's
want cute, fun mechanics.
yeah.
More
Search.
games need to take the Smash Bros. Approach with special melee, where literally almost anything goes and there's chaos. More games need
Upgrade
to
to
have
the
stupid
full
modes.
version, 66.99 Canadian for Chocobo GP.
So it sounds like it's still probably 59.99 American.
Like that.
It's a little steep for
It
me.
has a
I
story
like the
mode,
chocobos, but
especially for a Switch game. Especially when as
all I can
old as
think
it
of,
actually, because it's like a
yeah,
couple years old at this point.
all I can think of when I think of that kind of game, it's like free to play, and then it's like the normal brain, and then paid game, and it's a bigger brain. Free to
There's a
play with battle pass
Moogle.
and bullshit, and it's like the bigger brain, and then paid game with the same bullshit from free to play, and it's the galaxy brain. Like, how do we make worse and worse games for our customers? What if we take the bullshit from free games, but also charge them up front?
Looks like there's Final
Like,
Fantasy characters in it, because there's
I would hope
totally
so.
a character from Final Fantasy 9. I can't remember his name because
What's
I
he
haven't
look
played
like?
Final Fantasy 9 forever. The guy in the armor.
Good guy or bad guy?
He's a good guy. Maybe bad guy
Hmm.
depending on how far you played in the game before your copy was stolen.
Man, that's really weirdly specific. uh, all I can think of is what's his name from 12.
No, 9. He's from 9. I know he's from 9. He's in that style. Also, there's a town
No,
based
no,
on Route 9
I
here.
mean,
I thought it was Brave
Jabrinth is what I'm
Fencer
thinking of.
Musashi for a second, but I'm like, Square's never gonna make another Brave Fencer Musashi game.
Even though it'd be fun.
Steiner! That sounds right.
Yeah,
That
all I could think of
sounds
was
right.
Jabrinth and Shantoto, but that's also because of Dissidia. God, I want to need Dissidia. They're never gonna make it, but I want one. Uh, I'm a Dissidia simp. You would never know because I'm a huge Xbox guy, but I love the PSP. It's a shame they burnt it. They even just put a
The
thing out
Vita?
today that was like, I even love the original PSP. The Vita was all right. Um, the they put out a thing today celebrating all the past PlayStation consoles, and they didn't put the Vita on there. Like they just ignored it. Even Wario was like, "Hey yo, where the Vita at?"
No.
I hate the erasure culture. They're like, "Oh, that didn't exist." I'm like, "Shut up! I loved it. I played Corpse Party on that thing, and
Shut up.
the good Final Fantasies." Oh,
Shut up. It's a JRPG machine. It's literally the only JRPG machine that's ever existed. If there was a JRPG machine, it was the
JRPGs are
Vita.
actually Sony exclusives. Everyone knows that. Sony invented the genre,
Now that's
and if you try to make
not.
one, you're copying them.
That's a lie. Okay, we're gonna stick to the docket here.
Wait, they give you Cactuar, but not Tonberry? Well, is it a normal Cactuar or is it one of the silly ones? Like the little captain hat one who is the ship captain? I loved
I'm gonna
him.
be honest. You can't. I, it's that's just a missed opportunity. You should have
Yeah,
both. Why
there's so
not
many
have
characters
both?
that are monsters you could have over the years. They've just grown in popularity. I
I
would
mean,
love a tiny Marlboro.
well, there's Moogles. Of course, there's Moogles.
I still can't believe they almost took Moogles out of fucking 16. That's crazy to me.
They've wait. Is this a real thing? They're
Yeah,
like,
they
nah, we can't
said,
have Moogles.
well, they were like, the
They're not
fur looks
American
kind of
enough.
weird. Well, the reason they said was the fur looks kind of weird in the engine, so they might just get rid of them. And then they were like, well, we managed to kind of fix it, so we decided to keep them. It's like, are they not important enough at all as characters that you could just decide I'll get rid of all of them in this game, or I guess
All
they'll
the
stay?
Moogles will be gone.
Yeah, there'll be like a plot point. Oh, all
Popo.
the Moogles were killed. Oh, in the Great Moogle War. That's why it
Yes,
was
the
seen.
Moogles are dead. This is not Final Fantasy anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, Tom Brady Cactuar, Black Mage. Yep.
Black Mage is adorable when it's the VV style one, and it's just generic
Oh, you
horticle
mean
Black
the guy
Mage.
who the style that's clearly stolen from Galaxy Express 39?
Yeah, but see, not enough people know what that thing is that you just said, which is why they think that that stole it from Final Fantasy, because
Yeah,
that's how our
except it
culture
takes
works.
place in 7. Oh, it's funny because like he takes off his hat and there's just nothing there. Puts his
Yeah,
hat back on. It's the conductor character.
yeah.
Galaxy Express is a trip. Inspired a ton of cool things.
Meanwhile, when you say Galaxy Express, all the kids today are like, Honkai Star Rail, Spaceship Choo Choo,
No man.
Mommy Kafka, or Kafka,
No
whatever the name
man.
is.
Captain Harlock.
Brian would shoot me.
Is he here?
I don't
Okay,
know.
he's not here. I think you're safe for now.
He'll watch the VOD back and comfort me in my sleep.
The thing is, I don't hate Honkai. It's
Yeah.
just I don't want to play games on my mobile phone, and had I've had a lot of issues with playing games like Genshin on my PC. I
Hmm.
had the audio just refused to work, and I had to uninstall the entire game and reinstall it. Still didn't work.
Yikes. For
And then it's
me,
like, yeah,
it's less about the mobile aspect because there's a few mobile games I love, like Snap and Legends, Marvel Snap and Dragon Ball Legends. But they're not like huge battery suckers that are 30 gigs big, and the controls were kind of designed for a controller. Like you can tell, it was very easy to make mobile games that I enjoyed. I mean, granted, one's a gotcha, but
I
I've
used to.
been playing it since it came out 5 years ago, so like
I
I've
mean, I
never
used to
really
play
needed to.
Magic and like Hearthstone on my phone, but
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I used to play like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links or whatever it was, and I used to play a Final Fantasy game on there too that was really good design there. Of course, it got shut down, like
Oh,
all
is
fun mobile
that Brave
games that Square
Exodus,
makes.
or is that the one that's still going? I don't know. Like all the Square Enix mobile
Brave
games.
Exodus, I think, is still going. I played
Longest
uh
running one.
it's like Final Fantasy Morbius or Modius. I can't remember. It's been so long.
Morbius. It's
I
Morbin
swear to God,
time.
I swear to God, it was something really close to that, which is why I cackled when Morbius was as bad as it was. I'm like, oh, Final Fantasy Morbius slaps. I need to Google that now. I need to see what the fuck it's called so I don't sound crazy. Final Fantasy.
Oh man, dude's coming back at me
Uh,
saying that he didn't prove nothing. Uh anyway, Final Fantasy mobile games.
Mobius. It was so close.
Morbius.
Mobius.
He
Final Fantasy
morbed.
Mobius.
Mobius. Is it a
Oh, they
Mobius strip?
showed it.
Does it take place on a Mobius strip?
I think the idea was that it's supposed to be like that because you play as the hero of light, but you meet Sarah and start doing a quest for her, and you think you're going to be Garland, but then you meet Garland before he becomes Chaos and he's working with you.
Ah,
And
Jack Garland, my favorite character
yes,
of all time.
but that's the thing. It was huge in 2015. It came out for Japan and it came out in August everywhere else. And it was huge and then they shut it down in like 2018 or 2019, but it actually had a really good story and it had co-op raids. It was like this really cool game. And then they were like, well, we're also gonna
You
turn
just
off
proved to
the
me that Square Enix cannot be trusted with live service games and has been the
God
case for a
no.
very long time.
Why do you think I'm worried about Foam Star's Game of the Year? They shut down um the game because they didn't think it was making enough money, and they also pulled the Kingdom Hearts Union X game and the City of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia thing. They've had like 40 or 50 mobile games at this point, and there's really only 3 to 4 still running, and it's really frustrating. It'd be fine if they weren't fun, but they know how to make some of them fun, and then they take your money, and then they leave, and I don't get my time or my money back, and then it was
Hey
sad.
man, let's make a Final Fantasy VII themed battle royale. Release it
The
only
kids
on
will love it.
mobile, because
What's
that's
that? It hasn't
totally
been a
what Final
year yet?
Fantasy
Shut
VII
it down.
fans wanted. Is a battle royale. Big
I
brain.
mean, I'd honestly play a Battle Royale skin like that if it had better mechanics and it wasn't exclusively on
like I,
mobile.
I gotta be honest with you. As much as people shit on Bethesda for Fallout 76, they
I don't
took their
shit on them for
lumps.
that.
They took their
Oh
lumps
God,
for
no.
it, and they were like, okay, people didn't want PvP because they built the PvP game, and they found out that
Yeah,
everyone wanted to help each other because that's the kind of um people that would play a Fallout game.
for
Is the
most
person who
people.
plays. But no, there
Yeah,
are people that play
there's
in there,
definitely a few
but the
sociopaths out there.
majority is like people want to play together. They want to have fun.
Oh, definitely.
You know,
And Fallout's a great world for that too, because it feels like even the world itself is against you, just with needing the hunger, the sleep, everything's radioactive around you, the NPCs, not all of them can really be trusted. It's definitely a PvE kind of environment, I'd say, when I'm playing Fallout at least.
I mean,
And I
a
know
lot of
Draco
people.
still plays.
There's a
Sorry.
lot of people that play. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. It had a lot of issues at launch. It still has some
Yeah.
of those issues
But luckily they have
because
turned a
they're.
lot around. They didn't just drop the game and say fuck
Yeah,
it. Like they've
that's the
stuck
thing.
around.
They said they were going to support the game. They said did Todd actually say forever?
I don't know if they said a
I remember
specific
him
date, but
saying
I know
like
they said they
for
want
a
to
very
support it
long,
for a long
like
time.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, thank God, I
yeah,
saw you collect rings. It wouldn't be a Sonic game without rings. Whew.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Fallout 76 is just easy to pick on because it had a poor launch and people are mad at Bethesda because it's part of Microsoft now. Like, Cyberpunk's a perfect example of it doesn't matter how shitty the launch is. If the game's fun, people are going to still come back to it. People bought it at launch when it was shitty. People pre ordered it even though it got delayed so many times and they knew it'd be shitty. Then it became a fun game, and people said, that's fine, I don't care anymore. I don't mind. And that's what's happening with the new
Non-controversial
Phantom
take
Liberty,
on
too.
Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was completely playable on PC day one. I had
PC, it
one
definitely
bug.
was.
I had one bug in my entire playthrough of it on PC near launch. That was
Yeah,
I
like it still
T-posed. I
needed.
got into a car and my V was T-posed out the top of the car.
I would say it was playable, but it still needed a lot of optimization on PC.
Mm.
PS4, I believe it was, ran so poorly they took it off the shop for a while.
The
Xbox
con
Series X could run it, I'd say average. It was better than PS4, but not as good as the PC at launch.
I honestly think they should have either A canned the last gen releases
Hmm.
and just stuck with the modern ones, or B just delayed it 4 or 5
Yeah, but
more
the problem was
months.
they
But
delayed it like 7 or 8 times by then. I
well
think it was
they
like 3 years late.
they announced it way too early. Basically,
Yep.
if you remember correctly, if anyone remembers correctly, when they were about to release or just released Witcher 3, they showed a trailer for Cyberpunk 2077
Yeah.
with a character that's actually in the game.
I do appreciate that when you make a nod to like the
No,
original
but
announcement, whether it's a
that's
throwaway
the one with
or
the crazy lady with the mantis blades.
yeah.
She is a character in the game, and but she doesn't look like that. But it's her.
Oh, did she get like name dropped or something?
Nope, you have to go through a quest line. You figure out who it is. It's really cool.
Hmm. That's cool.
It involves Max Tech. Honestly, I
He's
love Cyberpunk 2077. It's a great game. Especially when they added the knife throw and it would come back to your inventory and you had to go pick it up again. It's just fun to go over like you.
That
Oh, what
reminds me,
fun we got.
Redfall actually got a good patch that does that exact same thing. Now for ammo, you don't have to pick up each individual one. If you just stand near ammo, it slips into you.
Good.
Yeah. For all the shit Redfall got, I'm hoping it gets a similar thing to Cyberpunk. I don't mean it is ever going to be that scale of game. I just mean I think it can have a comeback. If anyone's played it since the update, there's been so many quality of life things. There's still bugs, of course. It's not done yet, but um,
I was
just it's
surprised they
night and
didn't.
day from the original.
Oh, it's much better. I just see how PC
Yeah,
performance is. I'd love to play it, but I don't have an S key.
that's true. I was about to say, I'm like, what's an S key? Oh, that's not a word. He meant the S key on his keypad.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
yeah,
Uh,
it'd be hard. I mean, you could play the style of, I'm not a coward. I don't go backwards. I only move forwards. When you have to go backwards,
Unbound
just
the
spin
S
around and
key.
go forward.
People make that joke all the time, but Overwatch like unbind the S key. Well, that's my keyboard right now.
I physically did it because I'm not a digital gamer. I'm a physical gamer.
Oh god.
Physically unbound it. I ripped it off my keyboard.
Okay. Now that we've gone completely all over the place, hit Cyberpunk, hit
Yeah,
everything else. Um,
I like to hit things.
do you want to talk about the scary Xbox logo thing?
Yeah, we
Because
probably
that
should.
was hilarious. Okay.
The traction it got was insane.
Yeah,
Like it was trending.
that was RPG year,
Uh,
right? I'm gonna make sure.
yeah, it was. They have the 25th anniversary one. I think it was like,
RPGfan.com.
yeah, the
Yes.
irony of that.
Well, he did. I'm assuming whoever tweeted it did come out and basically own the mistake. They're like,
Hmm.
I was literally heading out the door with my dog when I sent the
Yeah,
tweet.
they're like, I was walking my dog. I didn't even think twice. That wasn't what got me. It was the fact that they commented on every single reply that I was like, all right, they're either very angry or very like trying to explain things. Like they're very, I don't want to say sorry because you're not very sorry with that kind of thing. You don't need to be. It's not a big deal. But they were trying to cover their bases with that, and I can give them credit. It was
Yeah,
for everyone that doesn't know, it was really funny. They were like, there's a scare here because only the Xbox logo is shown. So, we hope it'll be on other platforms. That Xbox logo scare is it's really hitting everybody. It's like, guys, just because Microsoft, I mean, this is before we found out it was even going multi-plat, but just because it's on a Microsoft console and it's a JRPG, that doesn't mean it's going to fail for sales. It also is super ironic because you always see assholes saying things like, you bought the wrong machine if you want JRPGs. Why doesn't Microsoft just try to get some then and, make them exclusive so then people will actually play it? And then the first hint, it wasn't going to be exclusive, but the first hint that it could have been, people were losing their minds, crying, yelling, shouting bullshit. And it's like, so do you want competition or not? Like, do you want them to get their own JRPGs, or do you just like to poke and prod and make fun of them for not having them? Like, it's obviously the latter, but it's
Yeah,
not going to
it's
stay
it's
that way.
100% the latter. Because that's the
Yeah,
thing. Some guy came at Dupa. Yeah, came at
yeah. There's been a
Dupa
few
for
guys
her
coming at her
talking
lately.
about the her tweet was
100% Draco.
the rules. Not me.
You
Yeah,
trying to find the tweet?
yeah, I
Not
got
the
it.
treat.
The Xbox logo scare. Have you talked about the Final Fantasy 7R indefinite exclusivity period scare? And
Yeah,
someone's what did he say? Anyone who wanted to play it would have played it by now.
that's my favorite
But that's
excuse.
your own for being loyal Xbox. I'm like, I see you missed the point on a few things. Owning multiple consoles isn't something everyone can afford. Buying a PS5 to
Especially
play
in the
Square
countries.
games just isn't worth it. The game said it was only time exclusive with a date on the box, and
Yeah.
Square isn't
God, how
owned
many years
by.
ago has that been? 2, 3 years?
Yeah, yeah, 3 years, and Square isn't owned by Sony. And then it's
But
like,
that's the thing
that's why
people
I
forget.
said
They
get a
keep
PC if
comparing.
you hate PS so much. And it's like, you know, maybe instead of telling us we're wrong, why not demand better from Square? Square wronged all
Exactly.
of us. Like everyone got wronged here. You cut the
It's
fan
frustrating too
base.
because it's like people are so quick to defend these huge corporations and get mad at the one consumer that they're talking to. Like, why? Why are you sticking up for a company that not only has screwed this person but also screwed you? There's so much screwing happening.
Yeah,
That's what you said too with the third party that drives me nuts. Well, why isn't Starfield on everything then? Because Microsoft owns Starfield. Sony does not own Square. But they
yeah,
still paid them. Okay, Xbox funded all of Tomb Raider, and they got so much shit, even though they paid for everything. I don't want to hear that. Well, Sony helped pay for it. Oh, with their names in the credits. Yeah, everyone's names in the credits that helps pay for it on their platform. That's how that works. It doesn't mean that they own the IP and that they're doing everything. It's so frustrating because I feel like people don't know enough to know what they're talking about, but they're too ignorant to learn and they just stand their ground and shout stupid shit with no idea what's actually going on because there's such a herd mentality behind it.
yeah. There is a herd mentality behind it. It's crazy. And my whole thing was we didn't. The thing is that as as a gamer in general, we didn't make Square take the Sony bag. No one
Yeah, that was on
made
them.
them do it. That was on them. They decided to cut off their potential long-term sales for short-term games. Games.
Hmm. And not just the sales, but hurt their own fan base. How many
Yeah.
times do you see fans on Xbox now that go, I don't know if I should buy this because I don't know if I'll get the sequel or any of the other games in the series? Ugh.
I don't blame them. It's the same thing. It
Yeah.
goes right back to what we are talking about with Square's live services. They have proven
Hmm.
to us time and time again they are not willing to support these games long term.
Yeah.
So why should I give them money?
Exactly. And it's not just the fact that they won't work on them anymore. They can't be trusted to even put them on the platform. It'd be one thing if they just took the money and then didn't support them anymore. They're not even putting them here to fake support for and then leave. So, like, how can you trust them with your money when they keep proving they don't deserve it?
They don't want it. This thing is like I'm not
But that's
gonna get
crazy.
mad at the person who's not plugged in and just has their PlayStation as is gonna pick up Final Fantasy 16 and picked up Final Fantasy 7
Hmm.
are on their PlayStation. It's not their fault. I'm not mad at
Yeah,
them.
no,
I'm mad
100%.
that Sony and Square came to this agreement. It's like, yeah, we don't need them.
Yeah.
And
And the reason I think it's frustrating is we care about that franchise. If we didn't care about it, who cares? We'd let it rot. It's the fact that we have grown up with some of these games and like Final Fantasy that it's so infuriating to see them destroy their own growth and ruin potential sequels in the future, or maybe not Final Fantasy 17, maybe just different Final Fantasy games without putting so many numbers. It's getting a little silly at this point. We're gonna go up to Final Fantasy 99 and then do XXX for
X
300.
X
Go straight
X
to
X
Triple
X.
X.
Go straight to Triple X. No, that's the internet.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
sure
that
there's a
it went
Final
straight to
Fantasy
Triple
Triple
X.
X out there somewhere.
I
If
have
it
no
doesn't
doubt.
exist, I'm sure it will exist after this podcast.
Exactly.
Someone will be on it. There's
Guess what's
somebody there
already
that's like,
making it
I
now.
heard porn. It's coming.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be honestly shocked if there wasn't a Final Fantasy Triple X.
Tifa already raided the Italian Congress at one point. I have no doubt that there's some crazy shit going on.
Just tired of seeing people. Yeah.
I agree.
Hold on, let me read this out so people in the VOD can see it. Bro, I'm just tired of seeing people defend Square Enix. I'm at the point where I question if they even like gaming. Yeah, it's 100% true. It's like, do you even like video games?
Yeah. Especially because when it hurts the entire ecosystem of gaming, that's when it gets weird. It'd be like saying, yeah, I like cars, and then doing something that specifically hurts the growth of a certain manufacturer of really nice cars or an entire group of guys that make the engines. It's like, yeah, you're being an asshole to the one guy you want to be, but you're also hurting the entire ecosystem of the thing you supposedly like. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, oh man, it's just
Oh, right to
bonkers.
Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I wonder if you'll notice something about this footage.
Who, if I will?
Yeah, anyone.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna tell you, but
I mean,
I'm gonna leave it here.
there's definitely a dog. But do
Doggo.
you pet the dog? Mm.
Well, anyone
Oh,
who's played
speaking of
Monster
dog,
Hunter with me would know what my character's name is. I'll leave it at that. This is a surprise. Uh, Now he's gonna try and figure it out. Oh, okay, lose him. Did he die? Justin died. Great. Uh, okay. We did the Xbox scary logo thing. Oh, oh, Justin's dead. For real this time. Oh yeah, he dead. All right, I'm gonna try and cover up with some other stuff while he's away. He'll just come back in whenever he comes back in. It's okay. Uh, let's see. Looks like Xbox is going hard in Japan with the promotion of Exoprimal. Saw a few people tweeting about that this morning. Kind of sick. Exoprimal does look really cool. I didn't get to play the beta this weekend. I think Justin did, but whenever he gets back in here, yeah, I played when I played the my Xbox turned off. Oh, my Xbox is on. He's full of it. He's full of it. He's full of it. You can't see the chat. I wasn't on an Xbox. I'm chatting through the PC. I had to invite you back to fix it.
hello is me.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. Uh,
Yeah,
I
it
was
says you were offline a minute ago, and I poofed.
that makes no sense because I'm still online.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
Okay. Last seen
Must
17 minutes ago. What?
I don't know. He's a ghost.
Yeah, I'm a
I saw
ghost now.
Drago say Exoprimal. Were you talking about Exoprimal?
Yes, I was talking about how there's a huge promotion going around in Japan. I don't know if you've seen these, where they're
The what?
promoting
The
Game Pass
crossover?
and Exoprimal. No, just
Oh,
Exoprimal on
okay.
Game Pass. So like big ads.
The beta just happened this weekend. Well, a beta. I shouldn't say the, because I think it's the second one.
Yeah, I
That was
played the
really
other
cool.
one. Here, I'll send you
Yeah.
this link quick so you can see what I'm talking about. This tweet.
I do remember they said they're doing a crossover when it launches, but I was confused because it hadn't launched yet and they were already doing crossovers.
No, this is just the well, they're gonna announce crossovers before it's Capcom. They
Oh,
always
is
do
this the
crossovers.
one someone posted earlier in the train station of like the big Game Pass logo?
Yeah, this is hold on. I can tell you where it is in a second. Is it Tokyo? It's Shinjuku. Yes, it's in Tokyo on the Kyoto
Yeah,
line.
I
Sorry, I
think
had to
that's
read
it.
through it
Because
for a second. It takes me a second.
no worries. When it did the whole Game Pass like 3 different times and it was all in the logo, I think that's what it was that someone took a picture of. And they were
Yeah,
like, "Oh, Game Pass is
yeah, they
actually
took a
looking really
picture
good
and
here."
they said on their way back home, they grabbed the video. It's the same person.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that
Asamiya?
is. It's the 50-year-old
Yeah,
uncle.
Asamiya at Xbox Series. I know you can't read her name, but I'm not gonna put weird Japanese tweets people can't read. Yeah, it's okay. Um,
Wait, is it not an uncle? Is it an aunt? I
what?
have no idea.
What are you talking about?
The person who posted it.
They like Fantasy Star. The gamer tags Alice, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know, they're cool people.
Oh no, definitely. I just wanted to make sure I was saying it right when I said he because I thought I saw a
It
picture
says
of them
Alice,
earlier.
so I don't know.
Yeah. Unsure. All I know is that they said they turned 50 recently and they were happy. So happy belated birthday to them. Enjoy all of your platforms. They'll totally hear this. Oh, you just popped back online for me. Congratulations.
And my Xbox is off. I don't use the Xbox chat this way. Anyway, Exoprimal, big push happening in Japan. You got to play the beta.
I had fun. I don't know what had changed from the one you
Hmm.
played because I remember they specifically said they were trying to do more PvE, less PvP focused stuff because a lot of people said that. When I played, it was specifically 5v5 Dino Hunt, I believe it was called, but the topic kept changing. You had to do a few missions usually, and then at the end, you would either do almost like a pushing the payload kind of thing. You try to get it to the end, and then once it hit there, you charge it to 100%. And in the first two areas, you can see the enemies in their dimension, but you can't interact. And then the last one, you could interact. So you
Okay,
could
yeah,
kill
so
each other to slow things
that
down.
was that's the PvE. That's how the PvP mode worked, and that's why I didn't wasn't too keen on it
Mhm.
because of the way it was like 90% PvE and then 10% PvP that decided the whole round because that's how it worked. Whoever won the last round
Yeah,
was the victor, and I think they
yeah, it was like a
changed that.
race instead of
It
a
was a race, but it was also like you'd send one or two people to disrupt the people pushing the payload because they're both trying to push payload.
yeah. Oh, I just mean like if you can get there before the opponents if you're faster in the other stuff, and like you can technically win before the opponents even get there. It's not like you do matches at the same pace. You're trying to beat the dinos or hit the cap or whatever and get to the end as fast as you can and then win. In the few matches of that version of the mode I played, no one was really killing each other except at the very end when it was like a straight line to seeing each other. No one risked sending anyone because there were so many dinos and other things going on. And the
Yeah.
payload speeds up the more people are pushing it. But then there was another one that was like they gave you a hammer and you had to charge it by killing dinos and with it, and then each time you went to a barrier, you'd slam it, and it would break. And then when you got to the end, you had to charge up the hammer enough to like destroy the enemy's big crystal thing.
Oh, the
And
big
then
the
there
big
was
hammer mode was sick. That was like my favorite map in the bit in the
yeah,
city. And
but then there was
yeah, it was
oh
so cool.
yeah, that one was great. And you were in like a hangar with an airplane at one point, and tons of dinos in there. The last mode I played was a co-op one, where it started like the others. You did the races and stuff, but then when you got to the end, it was like, there's a super mega boss here, so you're all gonna work together. And it took the 5 on our team and the 5 on their team and put them in one huge arena. And then we fought like a super T-Rex thing. And that was one of the times I was running support because I ran support a lot. It was actually really fun. So I was running support, one of their guys was running support, and we're just running around buffing and healing both teams. You can see your team's health bars, and you can't see the other quote unquote teams, but you can heal them. It still does the animation and, heals them. You just can't see it. I'm hoping they fix that. But everyone was working together. They gave you like 30 lives. If you run out of 30 revives, I should say revives because you could get hit down as long as you didn't respawn and you let someone revive you. Um,
Oh,
and you
so
got
it's
30 of those,
it's
and
it's 30 of the hard revives where like you
yeah,
respawn.
we just hit like, yeah,
If someone picks
and
you
they're
up, you're
shared
okay
between the
though.
team. Yeah. So there was huge like area attacks that you'd have to hide behind things and work with the team to break points on. It honestly felt like a raid boss for like an MMO or something, just where everyone's working together to take down a huge opponent. But obviously the gameplay was like Exoprimal is. It was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping in the full release that's a mode you can choose and it's not like randomized, because I can
Oh,
see a
was it
lot of
random on
people
the
enjoying that.
beta?
Yeah, you only could choose the 5-on-5 dino fight, and you didn't have any other choice. It was random
It
each
just
time
it
what you'd
just
actually
picked
do.
it just went through the okay.
It was definitely fun. I mean, obviously there's going to be changes in the full game. Like I leveled my one mech up like 9 times, so I kept unlocking cool customization stuff it would show me, but I couldn't do any of it yet. So I was like, ooh. Apparently there's a lot of play styles that you
Ooh.
can play
Yeah.
as too by changing certain things. And they even said there's more mechs to come. There was like 4 attack, free tank, and free support when I played. So I mean 10, but I don't know what categories of what they'll add. Samurai one was cool. I couldn't believe that was a tank. Felt like it'd be
Oh, the
assault,
one
but
with the big sword? That one's sick.
yeah, he that was really cool. There were a lot of cool ones, and I got to give credit to the animation. Just switching in and out. Not only was it fluid, but like you'd take the armor apart slowly, and it would fly off you, and they'd say like a leaving taunt, and then you put the new one on and jump in the air and catch it, and it would say something. That was really fluid. Like they could have just done a cheap, quick throwaway of like, boom, robot off, robot on. But that looked like very nice. So
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with the graphics and
Capcom
how smooth it ran.
Capcom loves to flourish on some things. Clearly
Yes, they
they
do.
had a vision there.
Yeah, and I can see why
Waiting
they were
for the
pushing
Dino
it.
Crisis crossover so we can all be salty that they're never gonna get another Dino Crisis game.
Did you see any of the story now that you say Dino Crisis in the first beta?
Does it involve third energy?
Does it involve what?
You never played Dino Crisis?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Third energy. It's the
Uh,
MacGuffin from Dino
yeah,
Crisis.
I'm not sure if that's the MacGuffin. There's definitely a MacGuffin happening, but not much was revealed.
The
You start
MacGuffin.
out, yeah, you start out
Ah,
in the plane.
MacGuffins.
You're going to a site to check on an AI. Something happens to the plane, it explodes and lands on the ground. You get there, you meet the AI. He throws you 3 years into the past. You're confused. The every dimension coming together, like how the multiplayer works, is a story point. So then you go back to your ship and talk to them, and you're like, "Hey, I met a guy from another dimension." And they're like, "That's bullshit." And then he calls you on his little calm thing, and they're like, "You're full of bullshit." And then another version of one of your teammates comes out in their dimension, and he's like, "I'm you, but with a beard." And everyone's like,
Oh no,
"Oh,
he's got a
so
beard. He's
bullshit."
clearly a
Yes,
different person. It's the
exactly.
cooler. It's the
And
cooler, this
the,
guy.
the
Is it campy and ridiculous?
yes, and I kind of love
Perfect.
it. Like
Perfect.
it's doofy also in the way that like they all have silly code names. Like the one that looks like she's from Dino Crisis is Majesty, and
Majesty.
yeah, and they
Yes,
just nicknamed
let's
her
name our Regina
Madge.
stand-in as Majesty.
Yeah, and then they call her the Madge, MAJ. Yo, Madge. The accents are very funny.
Please no. Please never call anyone.
I'm
Hey
not the one
Madge, what's
saying it.
up? Oh god.
Don't forget a very thick British accent on top of that. Madge. Um, so yeah, they clearly had fun doing it, and it's over the top dumb, as in like Madge is walking at one point and the ship shakes. She falls over and a tiny speck seems to hit her, and then there's like a huge shard of glass in her side. And they're trying to take it out later. And he's like, I'm a little nervous, and she's like, just take it out. And she rips it out. It's like, oh, silly cheese. Like this is not treated as a life-threatening moment. It's more like a campy, I'll do it then kind of moment.
Oh,
Um,
it's like New Game when
yeah,
when the
exactly.
when the nurse is all like freaking out because she's like, I can't see your veins. She's like, oh, fine, I'll do it myself. And she's like gonna pull out
Exactly.
her own blood. Yep, love it, absolutely love
Yeah,
it.
it's that kind of camp, and I think people will enjoy the story based on that. It was weird how to do it though. Every time I won a multiplayer match, it would show story until it was like you've seen all the story in the beta. Like there wasn't a single player mode. It was like
I wonder
whenever
if it's
you
just they're doing that for the beta to get people hyped for the full game, but
yeah, I'm not sure because you know how you're pushing those squares at the end, the data squares. It only happened when we won, and it said I unlocked story mode data. And I think it was trying to say like you unlock the story as you unlock those data squares, which is why it only happened when I won. I don't know. Very bold to lock the single player behind winning in multiplayer if that's the case. I don't know if everyone's gonna be super chill with that.
yeah, I have a feeling it was just a beta thing because they said there was gonna be a single player mode.
Yeah, I have a feeling. And I'm sure they already talked about the different kinds of co-op and stuff. I'm sure
Yeah,
that fun co-op mode will have its own thing. It won't just be like
yeah.
uh
Well,
like how Call of Duty is. Oh, go on.
there's supposed to be like weekly matches or something,
That's true. A lot of games do that these
like
days too.
weekly challenges and
Yeah.
the
I don't
like.
think it'll be like COD or Halo where it's like if you want to play this, you have to wait for the map rotation for it to come in, and like next week it might leave. It's like, oh, there's the fun mode I like. I don't think they're gonna do that. I hope. I trust Capcom though. They they've put out consistent good games over the years that I've been a fan of. And for the most part, I can't say all, but most part, they don't let me down. I'll still wring one of their necks for skipping Xbox with Mega Man. I have to mention it every week, every time, because it hurts. It hurts deep. I want my Me game, man. But one day,
Can
maybe.
we
Oh,
take a second to talk about that terrible looking Netflix adaptation of One Piece? Now, I'm not a One
oh,
Piece
not
fan.
just One Piece, Avatar too. They announced them at like the same time. They're making two
I
live actions of cartoons that are
I didn't
beloved.
see the Avatar one, so I'm gonna
Gotcha.
I'm backing up a sec. But I literally saw the One Piece one, and my friend that I went to the con with and shared the hotel room with loves One Piece. So I sent it to her, and she's like, "Why? Why?" And I
I'm
sent
gonna
the
be
Kana
honest.
gif of her patting, and
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my god, it did
I'll be
look
honest.
terrible. They
I don't think it
tried.
looks terrible. It
No,
doesn't
they
look
tried,
good.
but how do you
Yeah,
make it? How do you make a IP as bazonkers as One
yeah.
Piece
Well, not just that. It's
work?
got thousands of episodes. What the fuck are you gonna do in your 12 episode time frame with that? Like,
Was it
in the
only
nicest
12?
way.
Oh god.
I mean, I'm assuming. Even if I said 30, okay, what about the other 970? Like, even if you condense, that is a very bold series to start with for your live action success. Like, ooh, you picked something that has really over the top energy, a very unique quote unquote art style, and so many episodes, and a huge fan base that will eat you alive if it is not a one-to-one copy. I'm not
I
here to
don't know
make
who
fun
the
of it,
lady was
but
supposed to be on the crew, but
which one, Nami?
I don't know if it was that supposed to be Nami. I know who
I
Nami
believe
is.
so. Yeah, I didn't see Robin or anything, so I assume it had to be Nami. She had orangish hair, for sure.
My actions. My favorite thing was just like I don't know who it was supposed to be, but she seems so disinterested in like everything that was
Well, maybe
going
she read the
on.
script.
It's like I'm reading the script as I'm doing it.
Yeah, I thought it was just Nami.
I, I
Robin's.
I don't know who it's supposed to be. Like I figured out who Luffy and so like are you ever gonna do the three sword thing with Zoro? And I'm like, how are
Yeah,
you gonna make this look good in real life? It's gonna look awful. It gives me
I will
big
crunch the sword. Mhm.
Have you ever seen the live action adaptation of Fist of the North Star?
I haven't, but is
Oh
it
my
any
god, it's from
good?
like 1995. There's actually
Yeah,
good
it's.
actors in it, and they
Mhm.
started off and they're doing the whole thing, and they have the actor, I can't remember who's playing Kenshiro in it, but he does the whole "you're already dead."
Yeah.
It looks awful.
I mean, I can give them a little bit more leeway back then in 95, but
Yeah,
the fact
but
that it looks rough now is, well, I'm mixed because budget-wise, it looks better than anything live action anime related I've seen Netflix attempt or anyone. Um, it doesn't look good, but it looks better than every other attempt so far. So I
at
don't
least the
care if
Netflix
it's,
attempt, because that's the thing.
yeah,
If you can find them, there's Japanese versions of Death Note movies that are live action, and they're
yeah.
good. They're like
There's also a
actually
really shitty
good.
American one.
Yeah, there's the shitty American ones. Like, just watch the Japanese
Yeah.
one. That's why I'm like, I don't know
Yeah.
why you have to make live action versions of a show that already had a live action version.
Yeah, that one seems a little sillier. Or at least if you're gonna make a live action version, how do you make it worse when there was a better live action that already existed? Like even
Yeah.
if you just copied it at that point. But the thing that gets me, um, they need to realize the difference between anime and live action. When you are live action, you don't need to do the overexpressive stuff that anime does. It looks weird because it's not realistic and human like. It's okay to make it a little more down to earth when you're making a live action one. I feel like as long as you don't lose the message and the spirit of the anime, it's fine. But when you try to do all this over exaggerated stuff, it comes off as like you're using tune physics and it's like uncanny and goofy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Um, Live action anime adaptations have always been weird. I remember actually when I was watching it when it was airing Nana. If you
Mhm.
don't know what that show is, it's okay. But it actually has a live action version and the anime version, and I want to say it's the same actors in it's all Japanese, so whatever.
I'd appreciate that though, because then you'd be hearing the characters, and you're like, oh my God, it's them. Like that would bring a certain kind of realness to it
It
in a way. You know what I mean?
I like the anime better, but I
Oh,
can't
I'm
say that
sure.
the acting was terrible. It was not. It was good. Like they carried. I was like, if you have no
Yeah,
idea what Dana is about, what's worse than a live action CD
it
adaptation?
depends in both
Hmm.
cases on the talent behind it. I've seen some. It's rare, but I've seen some good CG stuff. I can't say I've seen good live action yet because it hasn't been done. But I in fan stuff, I've seen good live action. Like I've seen some really cool My Hero Academia fan stuff, and that one's going to be really hard because there's so much over
Are
the
they
top
doing a
chaos
live
going on.
action My Hero? Or
I've
should
only
I
seen
say
fan stuff. I haven't
Boku no
seen anyone
Hero?
attempt it yet.
Academia.
You'd think they would just because of the success of Marvel. They'd be like, "Oh, we could combine superheroes and anime. The kids will love it." It's like kind of depends on how you do that.
They like already love it
uh,
as is, and I just can't get into My Hero, but
I think it depends. It's definitely, well, I mean, now with the arc it's in, it's a lot darker and depressing, but it starts a little too cheery and uh, goofy for certain people, and I can understand that. It feels like Kitty's first shonen a bit, but it does develop into its own, but it unfortunately does take time. And due to the author's health, the panels have been coming pretty slowly. We've been on this arc for like 7 or 8 months now, minimum, uh, and we've moved at a bit of a snail's pace. It's good stuff though at this point, and I think it's the end of the entire series coming up at the end of this arc.
I
So who
mean
knows? Maybe
that makes
they'll do some stuff.
sense. But
Yeah.
yeah, the thing is, it's like they always pick the weird, like really weird choices for anime to become live action
Yeah.
shows. And there's like
100%.
when there's shows like maybe they don't want to do some of the other ones because they come up weird, but like any of the rom com ones, like even the currently
I was
airing
just gonna
ones,
say that
you could
slice
do
of
like
life or rom-com would be
The
so
Galaxy
easy.
Next Door, um, My Love Story with Yamada at level 999. Like these would
Yeah.
work as live
You could
action.
even
You
you
don't
could
need
do the
anything
super
crazy.
popular ones of their time too. K-On, even Bochi. Well, both Bochis. But those are
Bochi
super
could work,
easy.
but I think Bochi would be. I think Bochi is a little harder to do because of like how they
The
do.
music.
Well, there's the music, and there's also the fact that they got caricaturized things, and I don't think the characterized versions like how do you make her explode?
Well, if you do
I'm
cheesy
just
effects,
saying,
you
how do
could
you
do
make her
some things.
explode?
Like
I
it,
think Bochi's a stretch. I think you could
I
do
think it'd just be more of an intermediate tier instead of a beginner tier for this.
yeah.
I think it could be done though.
It'd be hard mode in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh,
The
definitely.
is the source material's like 4 panel.
Yeah, like a Farcoma.
It's a 4 panel. Yeah, it's a 4 panel comic.
Yeah.
Slice of life. It's if that's its theme. Oh god, you could probably do something like Dress Up My Darling. It would
Oh,
work.
that'd be really easy too. Isn't that one getting a live action in Japan?
Maybe
Or was
it's getting a second season for sure. But I
yeah,
just mean like
that I know of.
but there are like animes that have CG in them that aren't terrible. Like Gundam does it. Gundam has like a good mix though. And there's a lot
Look
of
at Trigger.
no, Trigger can be okay or bad at it. Depends on how much time you give them.
Yeah.
I mean
What was the
Cyberpunk is a like Edge Runners is
yeah.
Chef's Kiss.
What was the group that did Mappa? That's what I'm thinking of. They're really good.
I Mappa?
Yeah. They're really good at the CGI 3D model kind of look. They did what's it
And
called?
look, as long as we don't end up with another oh excuse me. Another Sailor Moon Crystal season 1 and 2 BS.
I mean,
Okay, all right. I know you're talking about Mappa now. I had to look him up quick with
yeah,
two
they've
P's.
done a lot of good stuff. I forget the manga slash anime I'm talking about, but it was like a ship comes to Earth, lands on some people and kills them, and then it kind of rebuilds them as like crazy mech human things. They're like, my bad, they just leave. It's like an
Oh,
old
I know
man and a
exactly what you're
young
talking about.
teenager. Yeah, that one has a really uncanny valley level of like CGI 3D models, but it was really good. It was so ahead of its time. Like the story was actually really good too, but like the the
Yeah,
animation was actually really good.
yeah. Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. That's the one. That is the one with the old man and the young dude
Yeah.
get crushed, and then the old dude becomes like the superhero, and the young guy
Yeah,
is
and the young dude's like a
super.
sociopath.
He's a super villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
It's
interesting.
very cool. I don't want to spoil it. It's very dark, and while it is funny, there's some really fucked up moments. So like, prepare yourself going in on that one.
Uh, You
Um,
remember what it's called, so you're gonna have to.
yes, I'll try to find it at some point.
The thing is, I've noticed that there are some anime that do use a lot of CG. Like I said,
Mhm.
Gundam. Gundam uses a lot, but it
Yeah,
hasn't been
mech
that
stuff in
bad.
general tends to.
Well, the other one that does a lot is idol shows. They use a lot of 3D
Yes.
now because it's easier. I just wish they'd use better models.
Here's Hatsune Miku from 2007. Yeah.
Yeah. The Near anime did a very bad job of mixing things, but it's never gonna finish airing, so it's okay. It's okay. So people are like, it's just the in-game models they used. I'm like, yeah, but maybe they could
I
have just
found the name. Inuyashiki.
yes.
Hello?
Oh,
I'm in the
oh
middle of,
man.
hi, I'm in the middle of the podcast thing. What's up? Yes, I am in the middle of the podcast thing. What is up? I'll do that later.
We'll just meet here for a sec.
Sorry about that.
No, no, we're good.
What did I miss?
Not much. Uh, I'm actually surprised how little CG Pokemon uses.
Yeah, considering how long it's been running too.
Well, the new season is new characters. There's no
Yeah.
uh Satoshi. I mean Ash.
I mean,
I
maybe
watched the
that's
show.
his
I
daughter
watched the show in
though.
Japanese. It's a problem. The people are like, I like this
It's a
Pokemon. I'm
problem.
like, oh, who? Yes,
Lizardon.
who lets you down? Haven't seen a Narth yet in the current season of anime, but we did see a Woopa. It's Woopa. Then
Yeah.
we've got to change it. It's like, are we talking about the same Pokemon? Are we not?
Exactly.
Do you
Is there a
know?
language
I don't
barrier?
know.
You'll never know.
Lizardon is overrated. I mean, it's all about Cat Pikachu. Can't hate on my boy Cat Pikachu. Uh, Precure only really uses CG for like the ending dance sequences,
Yeah.
which is fine. Again, dancing sequences, it's easier than animating them by hand, and I kind of get it.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of anything else that uses CG that I'm watching right now. Not really. But this season of anime is actually coming to an end.
What?
Uh,
What?
well, it sucks because I really liked a lot of them, but it's also kind of cool to see the end of them.
Yeah.
So it's a
Plus, they
it's a
might get more
bittersweet
seasons.
it's a bittersweet feeling because then you got to go into what's next. I know this is a game related, but screw it, anime.
I mean,
So
games are
biggest,
just animes you control.
yeah, kind of. So the biggest wins, in my opinion, of this season. I don't watch all the super popular stuff all the time,
Mhm.
so you'll usually get weird things from me. But Skip and Loafer has been really good. It actually ends today. I haven't watched the last episode yet, but it has been probably one of the best anime. It's about a girl who's from rural Japan. There's like 8 kids in her school, in her class, so like super rural. And she moves to Tokyo to go to high school at a prestigious high school. So she studied really hard, did her entrance exam, and gets in. And she's like, everything's gonna be perfect. And then the first day, she's almost late because she gets lost. It's Tokyo,
Mhm.
and she meets Shima, who's this kind of very laid back, doesn't really care about anything sort of dude. And it's kind of about the two of them just coming together and everything being about people being accepted for who they are is really what I would say the moral of the show is. Because all the people that become like a group of friends, you would not expect to work together in real life very well.
Mhm.
Like they're all kind of like a turn on a stereotype.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's a
Oh
cool
no.
show. I don't want to go too far into it. I don't want to spoil anything, but that's the basic
Yeah.
premise is she's a fish out of water, and he's just entranced by her because she's so energetic and cares about so much stuff, and he's like, meh.
I've never seen girl.
No,
Crazy.
he's seen girls before.
Yeah.
She's very plain though, the way she's drawn.
Is that supposed to be like the country girl or
Mm,
the rural girl versus the preppy city girls?
not really. She gets along with like everybody, like
She's
absolutely
just
every.
cool.
Uh, he describes her as dazzling. His word.
Oh,
She's
she's
dazzling because
sparkly.
she kind of makes friends with everybody. There's
Yeah.
a bunch of people
Smile
that
lights up a room kind of thing.
yeah, but she's very plain sort of look to her, but she has like a very nice personality. People like her for her personality. That has been a very very good show. If you if you're interested, I recommend watching that. It's not. It hasn't really been a rom com or anything, but
Hmm.
it's definitely has romantic themes in it that come up, but it is not
That's
listed
cool.
as like a rom com. So, and our favorite bear boy from Cyber Connect 2 likes it too. So there you
Yeah,
go.
good
Our
lad.
favorite bear
Did you see what Jabber was saying in the chat?
boy. Bruh, what's
He
going
was
on?
like, "Let's fucking go. E3 just started," with a little fire emoji. The Microsoft and Activision trial is now accessible via Zoom per court order that just landed, and they were saying like the FTC and Microsoft and Activision have submitted their witness lists. The highlights are the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, uh, Bobby Kotick, Phil Spencer, Jim Ryan. And Jabber's like, "Yo, the whole industry's there. Let's go." He's just, he's so hyped. He loves the drama because the chaos and shit talking just happens. And he's like, "Oh, dude, it's so exciting. Everyone's at each other's throats. This is my favorite." He's like, "I don't want the deal to go through or to end because then I'll miss out on all the fun shit talking."
The tram. Oh,
Dude thrives
tram.
on the chaos. It's great.
Uh,
I feel like they might
CC2,
be.
CC2, baby. Well, Fuka 2 came out not that long ago. That's on Game Pass, so
Yeah,
it's
he's holding
totally
a little
plausible they're
Series S
working
in
on
his
something.
profile.
Yeah, our bear boy.
Yeah, he's either sending signals to Xbox just saying, "Hey, we like you. Let's work together again," and or in case you want to get us, or maybe they're just saying like, "Hey, we like the platform."
I think they believe in the brand.
Yeah, which is great. We need more Japanese people to believe in the brand because
Mhm.
there are certain people who not only don't believe in it but are against it because it goes against the way things are now. And the
It
way
is
things are now are not great for everyone.
no. Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't know if they have anything coming up, if it's gonna be Xbox related or not.
Yeah.
He still hasn't figured out what's weird about this footage.
Me? I didn't know it was still happening.
It is still
But
happening.
is it something in the corners that's cut off that I can't see because of our pictures?
No, I just saw something that would have told you what it was.
Oh,
I was like, maybe it's because it's actually
mm,
recorded at 4K. It's hard for you to know. Yeah. If I had to pick one other anime that I think deserves people's time, Yuri is my job. Honestly, judging by the name, you'd be like, what? What is this?
yeah. Similar
Okay,
to Yuri on Ice.
not really. This is actually about Yuri as in girl of.
Oh, no, I meant the name. Like when you hear that, it's not at all what you expect.
Hmm. Yeah, so uh basically it's about a girl who is super self-absorbed and wants everyone to like her so she can marry rich. No, I'm not kidding.
The
This
dream.
is her main character, and I absolutely hate her.
Gotta love when you can't
So
even
she
root for
has like a
the
facade
FAC.
on where she's just like this perfect little cute princess. And it's also
Mm.
funny because her first name's Hime, which means princess. If you didn't know, but it's not written as such,
Yeah.
but it is Hime. So she's like a little princess. She acts like a super friendly, gets along with everybody, and you know she's like
Is she
on her way
actually a little
some.
shit?
Well, I wouldn't say she's actually like a little shit. I think she cares about her friends, but she's only really got like one that she actually trusts with anything. Everyone else is like a relationship is a lie, basically. She's just trying to put on airs, so
Mhm.
she can be popular and she can find her prince to marry. This whole thing kind of gets thrown on
Hmm.
its side because she runs into someone on the street and hurts her. I don't know how much she was actually hurt, but and she runs
Physically or mentally?
physically. She says she broke her wrist or something when they ran into
Oh,
her.
okay.
That's who broke or sprained or something. Her wrist is. She's got a cast on it for most of the show, but they basically coerce Hime into going to work at this cafe, which I would describe as a dinner theater place, where
Uh-huh.
all the women that work there pretend to be that they're in a shoujo manga. It's just a Yuri shoujo manga, so everyone like acts like it's a shoujo manga.
That's kind of awesome.
It's not very lewd, unless you get really, unless you consider like hugging and having people put in your face and your boobs, lewd.
Well, in terms of anime, I wouldn't like in real life, or if it was live action, I'd be like,
Yeah, I mean, like
but yeah, in terms
it's
of
like oh my, you precious little, just why are you doing
yeah,
this sort of thing.
yeah, like
Um,
over comforting mother kind of thing.
yes, like it's definitely played up with the heights
Yeah.
of the girls and all that. Uh, very like it's a drama roller coaster the whole way through. It's super well paced. There's no like pantsu or anything.
Mhm.
It hasn't finished yet, but it but they kind of
The
like
anime
wrapped
or
up
the series?
the the anime. It still has one more episode, but the last episode kind of closed up very well. What I
Hmm.
would have said was the arc.
Do you know if the manga is still ongoing or if it finished?
Yes, but the manga actually has pantsu and stuff in it. It's weird.
Oh, so they took out some of the more
I
lewd
don't
stuff to try to make it a
the
more serious story?
see. I got into a discussion with someone about this, and it kind of got a little heated because I'm like, it doesn't. Not every manga or anime needs pantsu for people to actually want to watch it. And if you're trying to
Yeah.
appeal to maybe a slightly broader demographic, maybe actually
Hmm.
including women or people, then you don't
Yeah.
want to have things like pantsu in it.
Especially if there's no point to it. Like if it's for a throwaway joke or just there. Like
Well, I
it's one
mean,
thing if it's actually important to the plot.
yeah, like it's like he accidentally sees her in her underwear so he can see the thing that's weird about her,
Yeah.
something weird about her or her body or something. I don't know, but
Yeah,
there's none
like
of
a
that here.
bruise that
It's
leads to like a depressing backstory or something.
Yeah, there's no depressing backstory. There's no scars or anything. The worst I think you see is one of the girls is like sitting on a stair, and she's sitting, and her legs like right between her like where the. Okay, I'm trying to say, like you can see like she's got a short skirt on, so you can see up, but the way her legs positioned is covering where her underwear would be, so you can't actually
Yeah.
see it. Like it's on
So
an angle.
it's a non panty shot.
I mean, I'm just saying that's the closest you get to a panty shot.
Yeah. I mean it doesn't sound, especially because I've been watching anime for as long as I have, it doesn't sound at all like
I,
PG-13, let alone R
uh,
in today's audience.
for context, I think honestly it's for an older audience, like someone who's more mature and understands what's
Oh,
actually going
mature
on.
definitely. Yeah.
But it is not.
Like it's not sexual.
It's not sexual. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It
You
definitely.
should be of a certain age, not because of, oh no, scary boobs, but more like to understand and enjoy the content that's shown.
Yeah, because it is. It covers some deep and kind of dark social anxieties and such.
I can respect that. I appreciate, at least when it's
Hmm.
not like pandering or
It can
totally
be a
not
little
understanding the
confusing in
subject.
spots when you're watching because
Hmm.
most of the characters um have like two modes. There's like
Look, the
on the
facade one, you
floor
mean?
in the public.
Oh, gotcha.
Hime's got like three, but her two are kind of the same.
Hmm.
Like her facade and her like her facade at work and her facade at school are the same, but her normal is very different.
Yeah.
They kind of try they set her up in the first episode and you don't really have to follow her that much. Thank goodness, because she's kind of an awful character. I do not like her. Yes, a show where I hate the main character, but still think
I'm
it's
hoping
really
the
good.
side characters are good though.
Yeah, a lot of them are pretty good.
Okay, good. Yeah, if there's enough good side characters, they can carry a show, even if the main character's a bit.
I don't think you're supposed to like
"Urgh."
Hime. I really don't think you're supposed to like her. I think she's written
I
in
can
that way.
appreciate that. Like making a main
Excuse me.
character that gets some of the spotlight, but isn't meant to be enjoyed. It's almost like a relief when they leave the frame. It's like, oh, thank God.
Well, I mean, the first episode I was like, who is this bitch? Why is she the main character? I absolutely hate her. Like, I just want to marry for money. And I'm like, oh my god, I hate you so much right now.
Hi, I'm Hime, and I'm a piece of shit.
Why does it's like why do all the girls in shoujo manga or manga always pick love instead of money? Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child, you know nothing. Yeah, yeah, actually been a really good show. I don't want to go too far into the plot, but definitely worth watching if you like social dramas. A show I did not
Definitely
expect to
respect
like
it.
as much as I did. Like it's got a stupid name. You're just like, aha, haha, lesbian love was my job is basically the title. And you're like, okay. And then you're just like, no, it's like a soap opera kind of, but more enjoyable because it's not all about like getting laid
And
and
there's
who's
also not
banging it.
4 million episodes with
No,
repeats of what's
there's only
happening to every
12.
character.
I'm kind of hoping it gets a second season. I don't know if it will.
How much of the story has it covered?
I see. I didn't read the manga, so I don't know. There's
Ah,
still
gotcha.
definitely more that could be told when where it ends.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's enough on that one. I mentioned the Galaxy Next Door earlier. That one's weird, fun. It started out really good and kind of just. I think it spent too long in filler episode land,
Mhm.
and then the plot kind of just gets condensed into like a couple episodes, and I'm like,
We lose the plot for the filler.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it happens especially with the bigger shows. But when it happens with the smaller shows, it's like you only have a few episodes. Like, I'm not saying you can't have fun with filler, but you shouldn't be cramming in the plot where you can when you have such limited time.
I think you did need. I don't say they're fillers and like filler for time. They're filler more like they're kind
Like
of
world
needed.
building,
They kind of are needed, but you spent a whole episode on something that could have been like 5 minutes of an episode.
the equivalent of an
Oh.
announcement that is nothing versus the tweet it could have been.
Kind of. I enjoy the show for what it is, but they kind of cram the her drama right near the end, and it's like, ugh, don't do this.
Yeah,
So it is good, but like it's very slow paced, and then it kind of feels like it speeds up at the end.
yeah.
The
I've had
show
a
that's
few of
actually been
those.
dumb, the Cafe Terrace and its goddesses. The girlfriend and I always pick like one stupid like whatever anime. Like okay, whatever. This looks dumb. Let's watch it. It's tagged as etsy. It's etsy romance and a harem and a comedy. So you're like,
Oh
okay,
man,
this is gonna be dumb. It
yeah.
started out and I was like, this is I don't know. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And then it kept going like, okay, I'm invested now. But it also feels like it needed more time. Funnily
Yeah.
enough, it's by the same studio that did the quintessential quintets,
Ooh.
quintuplets. Sorry. So
No, I knew what you meant.
yeah, if Amy's the worst girl. Then no one can convince me otherwise. She can be right
But
there
she's
with
got a cute
Itsuka.
name.
Get out of here.
Hmm. So I see you at the start menu now, real quick. What was I supposed to see that I didn't see?
It's the Switch version.
I wasn't sure if it
The
was
fact
because
that
it
you
looked a
didn't
bit.
even notice is the best part.
It's
It was
because
the
it looked a bit like it, but they have the same buttons except for the triggers.
yep, and it showed up a couple times. You just didn't see it.
Ugh, it's because they're so similar. Like it's super obvious when it's PlayStation because it's like a
Yeah,
fucking triangle. But
yeah,
like, especially if I don't see the controller, like they might be in different spots, but they're all labeled the same. So
yeah.
when it says hit
So you
Y for
wouldn't
this or X
notice.
for
Yeah,
this, yeah, it's like, but they both have that. I think that's why it's so much easier for me to switch between a Switch controller and an Xbox than it is for like a
Hmm.
PlayStation 1 when I use it now and then.
My brain gets completely messed up, and then I try to use the back buttons, and my head's like, "No, those don't exist." And I'm like,
I've always been
"But
frustrated with the the way they name them on PlayStation. L1, L2, L3, like stop.
oh, the shoulder buttons is
It,
awful."
yeah, well, yeah, the
You know
bumper,
what's more
the
annoying
shoulder, and then
is
the
that
thumbstick
for the longest time they went by the Japanese where circle is a yes
is the
and
yeah,
X is no.
and no one does that except Japan with the PlayStation.
X is no in a
Uh,
lot of places.
yeah, but I mean, like on a controller, the bottom button has always been X. It's go, and now it's like, well, no, the right button's go, and it's a circle, and it's like, no, that's not how it works. The bottom button. It's always the bottom button. Why are we zooming in on Alice's face and her eyes are so big? Who took
Because
that
this
photograph?
is this cutscenes from the original.
Oh, I know. I've played it. It's just
It's
while I was
weird.
talking, I saw her face getting zoomed in more and more. Just very funny visual. Although
It's
I forgot they
weird.
took a picture of her face at that time. That actually was funny.
Yeah, great game. It's
Yes.
kind of hard to play on console though, the first one, because it was not meant
Yes,
to be
it
played in a
is.
controller.
It was so awkward going through this game. You could tell it was designed for a mouse. What's up, Cheshire Cat? You
He's been
seen some shit?
skinned.
I mean, he's been more than just skinned.
The White Rabbit, does he live? I don't remember. Everything's weird in
You'll
this
find,
game.
well, I don't remember if, well, it depends on which bunny you're talking about. Like
The White
the
Rabbit.
rabbit character. Well, yeah, but maybe you're talking about the bunny from the photograph who fell down the hole.
I bet all the buns. It's always the buns.
And
Mhm.
God, the
Okay,
weapon system in that game was awkward too. It was a fun game, but it was rage-inducing because I played it on the hardest difficulty for achievements, and it bullied me.
that was your problem. So
Ah, that was
earlier,
right.
people were talking about Tokyo Game Show.
They
I said
were?
the
I thought.
stuff buns. Yes, people were
Oh, is
talking about it
this?
on Twitter. Not like not there was no like promo or anything about Tokyo
Hmm.
Game Show or TGS, but I did notice that there's been a rumor going around about Monster Hunter.
A new Monster Hunter?
Yeah, being announced at TGS.
That wouldn't surprise me, just because think about
Hmm.
the time in between Rise and World,
Well,
and
Rise has
you know,
got its last update coming to PlayStation and Xbox in August.
yeah, and it already finished on Switch.
Yeah, yes, it is done.
Yeah, plus they really like to pump out stuff for Monster Hunter. Like, if they show it, they've already been working on it for 2 years. Like, Monster Hunter is becoming the COD of Capcom. Not nearly as brutal, obviously. I don't mean it in a negative
No,
way.
it's been well. I mean, it's been a while since like if you think about it, uh, was it 2021 that
I feel
Rise came
I'm
out
pretty
originally?
sure it was. At the earliest, it was 2020, but I'm pretty sure it was 2021. Let me double check.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, March
Almost.
2021, and then Windows got a port in January of 22. So I mean, it's just been about 2 years, and I'm not saying like
Well, Monster Hunter
it
World's
needs to
like
come out every year.
2017. I had the Iceborne version, so it's gonna be like 2019, 2018. Yeah.
Let me
No, it
check.
doesn't
I
come
think
out every year, but there's always like something in the works. There's usually like a few years between them.
yeah. Oh, it came out in 2018. World.
Yeah, so I mean it was 2018.
Yeah, so it's usually 2 or 3 years in between. Which is why if it was 3 years for World, I could see it being 3 years for Rise going into whatever the hell they do next. However, I want to see this shit on every platform at launch. I'm
With
not saying I'm
crossplay.
yes with crossplay again. Um,
We know you took it from us,
I
Sony. We know you did it.
they did, and it's infuriating. However, we know that Nintendo wanted to do a thing with them just like the old days. I get it. That's fine. We've seen the success with World. We've seen more success again when it went multiplat again after a year. Don't do the exclusive for a year bullshit. Put on everything at launch. Make the big sales. Make this your biggest Monster Hunter yet because you got a ton of new fans with World. Everyone was psyched for Rise. This could be the biggest Monster Hunter yet if it goes multi-plat at launch.
So
Like,
just throwing it out there. I think I know every other day Switch Pro trends. I
I think it's coming, especially with what was said earlier.
yeah,
Did you
no,
see what
I
happened?
yes. I think it's sooner rather than later at
Do you
this
think
point.
possibly at the showcase tomorrow?
No. No. I think that the new Monster Hunter is going to be on everything, including whatever the new Switch is.
Oh, interesting.
That's my hype. That's what my head is thinking. I might be wrong.
Sorry, I saw you jump 4 times trying to get up
It's
this fucking
terrible.
thing and
It's
missed.
so hard. It's so hard to play it.
It just reminds me of what I suffered doing it, so it's kind of
It's
great to see
so
someone else suffer.
bad. It's so hard to play on a controller. It was not designed for it.
It was not at the time. Uh, Sorry to cut you off. It was just too funny. I had to point it out.
No, it's okay. I got you. But
Um,
yeah, I definitely feel
yeah.
like that's what's going to happen with Monster Hunter.
I
I
mean,
think if
it's
they
definitely
do announce
closer than
it,
people think.
well, they'll probably announce it at TGS,
Hmm.
but it'll probably be like still a March-ish game, maybe.
Oh yeah, I think that and the Switch 2 are both 2024 though. I don't think they're going to be 2025, but I also don't think they're 2023. I'm expecting early to mid 2024
I
for
don't think
both.
it's called Switch Pro. I think it's
I don't think it's
still
going to be ever.
I think it's still a hybrid
Yeah, but I think it's going to have a
console.
unique name. They haven't called something a blank 2 yet. I mean, the Wii U was technically using the name of Wii, but it was a different product. You know what I mean? Like the same way that Nintendo and Super Nintendo are different things and not even called those. It's NES and SNES. I feel like it might incorporate the word
Famicom, Super
Switch in there.
Famicom.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well,
I feel like
Famicom is
it'll
short as actually already a short abbreviation for Family Computer.
yes, which is
The
hilarious.
more you know.
I feel like it might incorporate the word Switch in there somewhere, but Switch isn't going to be the focus. The same, because the only thing I can think of that kind of used the name again was, I guess, the handhelds like Game Boy, Game Boy Advance,
Most Game Boy
DS,
Color, you forgot color.
3DS. Well, yeah, I
Shantae would
just
be very
mean,
mad at you.
look, I love the Game Boy Color, but is that not really a mid-life upgrade? Is that not Xbox One
Midlife
to
upgrade.
yeah, like is that not Xbox One to Xbox One X?
I
Or
think you forget how long the Game Boy was on the market for.
no, I remember, but would you consider it like a whole different platform?
It wasn't a different platform. It was definitely um it was an upgrade. But there
Yeah,
was a
it
bunch of
felt like
games that
it.
could run on both, and it's not like the Game Boy stopped being sold because the color existed.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it played the part at least of more of a mid-gen upgrade instead of defining a new gen, kind of like Game Boy to Game Boy
Decade
Advance.
upgrade, maybe. I don't think they discontinued the OG Game Boy or like the OG Game Boy line until 2000. I think it was like a
Yeah,
decade of Game Boy. I gotta
I wouldn't be
check.
surprised. That thing was crazy. Do you remember the ads? I think the funniest one was that the sex ad. Where do you remember what I'm talking about?
Vaguely. Oh
It's like the
shit.
woman laying on the bed in lingerie,
Yeah, I'm fine.
and the guy's like looking down at his Game Boy, and he's like, "Not a chance, honey." And it was like, "You'll find it's too fun to put down." It's like, really? That's the angle you guys are going with? All right,
What?
Pokemon's kind of cool, but uh,
Yeah, because I mean, like the original Game Boy was like 1989,
yeah, it predated me by five
and it
years.
was discontinued in 2003.
Meanwhile, people will downplay its success because it wasn't a PS2. Game Boy was great, lad. It had Tetris. You are having so much trouble out of
Hey,
the acid.
yeah, man, this game is torture. On a controller, it is torture. I've beaten it on a keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, I beat it on my controller, but hard mode definitely was hard. It wasn't like, oh, maybe it'll just be slightly more difficult. It was like, no, you're gonna have a bad time.
Gonna have a good time, sir. I was trying to find out where my OG Game Boy was, but yeah, yeah. So
Oh,
yes, that's what I mean. Like the Game Boy was. Ugh, that's a long time to be relevant.
slept.
I don't think it would ever happen again.
Not with the way technology is now. Maybe when things stifle a bit, but we're still kind of riding up that J curve.
I think that
Um,
I don't want to like speculate on what I think the Switch 2 or whatever the new Nintendo product
the Switch
is,
U, the Switch O, the Switch X.
but I definitely feel like it is going to make use of some of the newer technologies that exist.
Oh yeah, I think it'll still have the same kind of stuff it does in the aspect of like it'll still do gyro, it'll still be portable, it'll still probably have a touchscreen. And I'm not against any of that. I'm just saying like I think they'll still try to expand. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something with a camera again, similar to how the 3DS did that stuff. There was so much potential there that they just
Possibly, I don't
kind of
know.
were like, eh. I'm not saying they will, but it wouldn't surprise me, I'll say, if there was either a camera or a microphone, because there were a lot of unique gameplay mechanics that they had with those, and it started to get better, and then it got held back a little bit by the DS kind of plateauing.
Well, the DS was a huge deal, and the 3DS was a huge flop
God,
at
well,
launch.
I'm not
At
saying it was a huge.
launch,
Yeah, you're okay. You're right. At launch, it wasn't as good. I
this was too
loved the
expensive.
3DS. Yeah, I didn't mind it at launch because I managed to get my hands on one, even though it was kind of expensive. It blew me away because I had the DSi before that, and I was like, "Man, this is cool, but this 3DS is fucking nuts!" Like, I was very surprised. I love those things. I miss the handhelds. No one does handhelds anymore.
Yeah, the Switch is not really as portable and nice as the other ones.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
too
be
big to be a
interesting
handheld, but it's batteries.
if they did a dual screen.
Can you imagine like they call it like a dual switch and it's just two switches glued together? with the Tears of the Kingdom glitch. That's fuse.
I mean, I think the ROG Ally is a nice piece of kit. I don't have one.
A piece of kit.
It it is. It's what it is.
It's just a term I didn't expect to hear.
I don't think it's the solution that Nintendo's gonna go with. They're not gonna go with. I don't think they go with PC architecture. I think they're still gonna work with Nvidia for better or
Oh,
worse.
they'll never go PC because PC is graphic fidelity over fun in a lot of cases, and Nintendo refuses graphic fidelity regardless of the fun or not.
I mean, the AMD. What is that one called? It's like the APU that's in the ROG Ally. It's like Ryzen X or something.
Mhm. Sure. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just nodding in
I'm trying to
agreement.
remember what it's called.
Yeah. I had a blue DS at one point. I also had the base silver one way back when. Uh, and then I had a black
Oh,
3DS. I
sorry.
still do actually. It's over there.
It's a Z1
Z1.
Z1 Extreme.
So in other places that'd be the Z1.
You get out of here. I know what I said.
Z.
So it is a 6-core, 12-thread, 4 RDNA compute units.
Those sure are words.
There are, and the Extreme is an 8-core, 16-thread, 12 RDNA 3 compute units, 30-ish TDP. It's kind of amazing what these smaller handhelds can do, but the thing is, I actually ran a couple games on. I should put footage up here actually. On my laptop here, which is just an Intel 12th gen.
I'm
Like
always sad at the
they're
battery life though.
well, you have to realize that there's only so much battery you can push into things, and when you start pushing up the watt hours, it's just you're running into the usual suspects. Some games
Oh, and I
ran
get
better
that.
on the handheld on my laptop than others. I believe correctly. Was this one footage from? I have to check this quick because I hope you can't hear them yelling upstairs. I don't know what's going on. They do this
I do
all the
not.
time. Good, good, good. The kid up there is a
Now
little
I'm left out of all the fun
shit.
yelling.
Oh, yelling. Yeah, because I ran a few games on the laptop just to see how they'd run. Persona 5 could run at 30 FPS, but that's not really that surprising.
Yeah. Although turn-based doesn't really matter if it's 60 or 30 for impacting gameplay, not obviously for
Okay.
enjoying the smoothness. You
I
did it.
put
Madness begins.
the madness begin. This is the
The guy jumped into the abyss but stood and froze in the air.
one up to it. Does it reset because I put new things in it? So this is running on my laptop with FSR2.
It's a lot of FSs.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's also kind of
Yeah, it
annoying
looks like
how,
30.
yeah, it runs at a solid 30,
Okay.
but I mean, this is on a ultrabook kind of deal. Like
Yeah.
it's not much of a laptop, especially
Well, it's a
compared to
laptop.
some.
It's just not much of a gaming lad.
No,
Still a good
that
boy.
GPU performance is not its strong suit. But the fact that with now I tweaked with it a bunch before I started doing footage for the thing I was doing, I was trying to
Mhm.
do and then ended up shelving because I just didn't have time. And there's a bunch of games that run well enough, but not well enough. I think Intel could break into this market too with our own. And I know people might think that's weird, but this is running like I think this is 720 E scaled up to 1440.
I got crunched.
Got crumb
Uh,
cakes. I mean, 30 FPS is nothing to like. It's like, oh, it's like, but it's stable. And
yeah,
as
it's also not first person. It's much more rough on the eyes in first person, in my opinion.
usually, I that's the thing. I don't. I might, for sake of science, when it comes out, try something like Starfield on the laptop, but I don't think it would run very nice.
A solid 4 frames.
I think you get it to run if you were willing to take enough sacrifices, but
Yeah,
that's
if
the
you put it
thing.
to the potato mode, you might
Yeah,
be able to.
if you are willing to, take the sacrifices it takes to run a game at a lower, like being willing to run a game at a lower resolution, you can do a lot of things. My point is less that the Switch is not capable of doing better in its current. Well, it's not capable of doing better in its current state because of its incredibly weak CPU, which is very old at this point.
Mhm.
Actually, I think the SoC it's based off of is like from 2012.
Yeah, in computer world, that is actually very old.
Well, I mean, it's amazing it's doing what it can do, but the the CPU section of it is the bottleneck. Just like with last gen consoles.
Hmm.
Like a lot of them don't run at a very nice. If you're trying to run anything on like the last gen consoles, like, they had to do all sorts of things to, you know, tricks. We had to learn they had to learn tricks to make things run on it because the CPU
Yeah.
performance was not up to snuff. Because they're, again, the 2013 no, they're like 2011 CPUs in the old Xbox One, PS4, even the Pro and the X, One
Hmm.
X, I should say, are older technologies. And they're not as efficient as the newer CPUs. So yeah, they have high clock speeds. Like if you look at just base specs for even the One S versus the Series S, the clock speed difference alone on the CPU is like, oh, that's a big uptake. Kind of, it's like twice as fast. But the bigger thing is that's happened in the last decade ish is instructions per clock's gotten better,
Hmm.
which is how much you can do in that same clock cycle. So yeah, it's running faster, but it can already do more in the same amount of speed at the same clock cycle,
Yeah.
which is good. Which is the thing. The fact that they've stretched the Switch out to do what it's done is already impressive.
For sure.
Well, it is. I
That's what I
mean,
mean. I
all those
said for sure.
impossible, all those impossible ports are just absolutely ridiculous. It's like
Yeah, the
they
Doom
got these
port's
to work
wild.
somehow. Oh, yeah, the Doom port where they actually had to cut down the polygon count on character models,
Yeah.
and
That's why it's kind of interesting sometimes when you watch those like behind the scenes how you get it to work, like specifically for the Switch ones, because it's always way different than everything else. They're like, well, here we had to remove part of this level and part of this thing so we could get it to run, but it worked out because we did this and that, and it's like just for this version, you'd have to do that anywhere else. So it's just kind of interesting how they circumvent certain situations on there.
well, they have you've got a few real bottlenecks on the Switch.
Hmm.
3.5 gigs of RAM that your game can run in, because the OS needs half a gig of RAM to run.
which is wild only because like you see games now, it's like please have minimum of 8 to 16, and Switch is like, um,
Miss me
you're
with that
joking,
shit.
right? I
Yeah,
could
that's the
maybe do
thing.
half that.
That's why when people keep asking for like some of these ports for the Switch, I'm like, unless you're gonna do cloud, I don't see the Switch being able to do stuff. Like that's been the thing. It's like they're like, oh, we're gonna do Call of Duty on Nintendo hardware. Xbox has to know something we don't.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
all I'm saying right now. Is that
I
you
have
don't
no
make a
doubt.
commitment to be like, especially like it's gonna be a native version
Yeah,
for
they
that.
they
I'm
definitely
like,
know something's cooking.
yeah, and that's why I feel like it's going to be something that's more. I don't want to say in line with the rest of the industry going with x86
Yeah.
architecture. I feel like it's going to
What
be
if they made
something.
two though? What if they had a hybrid and then they had like a more powerful stationary, similar to the
I
X and the S?
I honestly feel like that you don't need the two. They might do a handheld only and a
Hmm.
non-handheld. I'm actually surprised that Nintendo and Nvidia didn't go the route of having like a better cooling solution in the base of the original Switch. Excuse
Hmm.
me. So you don't
No problem.
necessarily have to have like a bigger fan or whatever. You just have more heat mass to soak up that, like just more mass of metal to soak up all the heat from
Yeah.
the APU. Um, with the new, I don't know, have you seen these? They're like celluloid. Um, okay, I'm gonna have to bring up a video and show you because these things are crazy, absolutely insane.
In the membrane? Are we talking insane in the membrane?
I'm talking about imagine a cooling solution that's the size of a credit card.
And it's as effective as the current ones?
As effective as a fan for lower TDP stuff. You can also put it on top of other things. Linus had a video on it,
Huh.
and I'll use that one here.
You keep overshooting these poor zombies. I look back
Uh
and it's already dead and you're just mowing it down.
oh, that's because I have unlimited. I'm using the unlimited handgun.
Oh, okay.
If I was
I
actually
was like,
playing, I'd probably blow their legs off.
yeah. I was like, man, he's really using a lot of ammo to bully these things. That makes much more sense.
Get this full screen for a second, and then I can.
What about you, Draco? What do you think the next Switch will be? A hybrid? A stationary? Some kind of hybrid stationary? A hybrid of a hybrid?
Why is not connected? That's a lie.
It's dark now.
There we go. I fixed it.
Oh
Okay,
man, he
so
looks happy to
these.
be here.
So you see these things here?
Which
This is
one?
the
These two
cooling
things.
solution. And the little. You see my mouse? If I roll it over here? You can. Okay, cool. So
What?
this
Oh,
here
there it is. Yeah,
and this here,
that's the cooling solution.
these are cooling solutions. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, look at this thing.
It's the size of like a Thin Mint.
Yeah. So what? So what's cool about this solution here is that you saw how small it is, right?
Yeah,
So if I go back to the regular video stuff here, and I pull up a switch, right?
yeah,
It's got this tiny little fan in here, and it pushes
yeah,
air up the duct here and out the back, and that makes it a certain thickness. So you have to accommodate for this much fan plus the heatsink. You could use
yeah,
one or two of these little jobbies and just blow air out. When he says that like it blows crazy. The amount of airflow on these things is insane.
Like you could use it to like shoot the dust out at high speeds at people.
Yes. No, you
Oh
could.
man,
What I'm saying is you could, because they use a lot less wattage than a fan
yeah.
too.
So that
Because
way
that's
you'd
what
be able to
you guys have
save
been
the
complaining
juice.
about the same thing, right? It's like, oh, I wish the battery life was better. I wish this was better. It
Yeah, using less wattage in general will do that.
using less wattage and it being more effective, getting the same,
Hmm.
getting more cooling for the same amount of wattage is ideal. It's like if you have a car and you can do a thing to your car and make it suddenly go twice as far
Yeah, and the
on
same
the
amount
same
of
amount of
gas.
gas.
Yeah,
That's worth it. Even if it costs you a bunch of money to do it, in the long
yeah,
run, it is more worth it.
exactly. It's saving because now you have to buy gas less often. You get
Yeah,
more miles per gallon.
yeah. And the other thing is you don't have to clean these out the same. They can actually blow air out themselves. They can run
Oh,
in
so it works the
reverse.
same way
Yes. So
you would use like
so
compressed
how
air?
it I'm trying to explain how it works. What it does is you have your little I'm using this pad of paper here as
Sure.
so it the way it works is it sucks air in through whatever it can through the top, and there's like this finite mesh on top,
Hmm.
and then it takes the air and makes it like jet speed and saturates it with heat, and then blows it out the other side.
Hmm.
The trick is that air is not the best conductor of heat, but if you can
Hmm.
saturate it, you can just blow it out, and then when it needs to clean itself out, it just sucks air in the other way and just blows it out the top, cleans the filters. It's absolutely bazonkers and crazy because it's not a traditional
That's really
fan.
smart.
Yeah, it's more like they're calling it silicone cooling, and I think that these
Ooh.
are going to be used in the new Switch.
I mean, it sounds like it would fix a lot of the problems people have with it now and be more cost productive in the long run.
It maybe they're going to be more expensive to make on the hop because they're a thing. They're like a
Oh
startup.
yeah,
But if they got a big partner like uh, Nintendo or Microsoft,
yeah.
then to push like 1 million of these units, that would be a big deal.
And I don't think either company would have a problem doing that if, in return, they got to use those things at
Well,
maybe
that's what I
a
mean.
discounted
You need
price.
to get products out there. You need to
Yeah,
have the proof of concept, and honestly, what they're showing off and what they've been able to do with these. Because I watched another video of it like a year ago,
hmm.
and I was like, why is no one talking about this? Like, this is cool. Like, it's absolutely game changing. Then in like laptops, suddenly you don't need this big heat vents on it, just blows it out the back. You have to
Yeah,
you do have to design the machine slightly differently, but
because heat rises.
no, it's not because heat rises, it's airflow patterns. As weird as that sounds, it's how the air flows.
Oh,
Because
I'll
it
admit I
makes
did not know
because
that.
they like took off the shelf laptops and replaced the cooling solution with those,
Hmm.
and they're like, oh, it was great, but it made weird noises. But it made weird noises because it was designed to be having air blow out the way it is. So it's like hitting something, and it's
It's
like if
like
you take
blocking the
like,
path, and that's what's creating the noise.
have you ever used the air compressor before?
Hmm.
If you ever like take something and put it like the air compressor right against it, you get like weird noises.
Yeah,
That's basically the exact same concept.
yeah. So it's just blocking the airflow's path.
So it just makes weird noises because the airflow is blocked.
Yeah,
Um,
which technically isn't a bad thing, but it can be annoying.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's just you have to design around it. It's just
Yeah,
the way these things are set up. you can use more than one of them on a single silicon piece, and you can put them over top of a vapor chamber. So hypothetically, you could make a thinner device like a Series S or something, just smaller,
Hmm.
because of this more attractive and more powerful cooling solution.
He's more
And
of
that
a
was,
sexy cooling solution.
yeah, that's for systems. I gotta talk about this. I'll show you. Yeah, it's for the airjet cooling. It is absolutely crazy. It was crazy to look at it. It was crazy to watch it. And the thing is, Linus isn't the only one that's covered it. Other people have covered it. It's just Linus gets a lot of views and easy
Hmm.
guy to just recommend. Find him.
Yeah, the big names.
And he's Canadian, so
Puts him up a few notches.
yeah, he tries a lot. It is honestly a really cool thing. Yep, see, and
We
everything's
are
all
slightly
missized
zoomed
again.
in.
Yeah, it's because the footage isn't all the same size, and OBS has a hard time adapting.
Oh, no worries.
Nah, nah, I think that's centered enough. I think these centers gonna get. I'll stop messing with it now. So yes, well, I think the ROG Ally is a really cool device. I think the second gen ROG Ally, or its whatever comes like it, will be more interesting because of the four style coolers that are available now.
Could even be a mid-gen upgrade kind of thing.
Well, the thing is
Depends
that
on what the gen is.
the sky's the limit on what they do.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you think AMD is not going to make a better version?
Well, that's the fun part about competition. When it's not just one dude running the entire thing, you do get these companies that are trying to create a more refined, better product, and then the consumer wins because they
Yeah,
keep having people that keep making it.
yeah. We kind. That's
And
why
I
I
know that
think
sounds silly because it's like, of
I
course,
think
but
Intel's going to make something very similar
yeah.
with because the thing is they're as crazy as it sounds, and I know a lot of people might not 100% agree with me, but the Intel Alchemist line of GPUs. Okay, Alchemist is the first gen one. The next one's coming is Battle Mage. Yes, I know.
I like the names.
The Arc, yeah, the Arc GPUs. Um, well, they're not. They didn't come out and like blow everyone away with driver maturity and fixes. They've actually become very compelling, especially for the price. Like, I know everyone complains about how expensive like Nvidia GPUs are. I'm just gonna bring up Canada computers here for a second because I'm in Canada. I don't care.
He's one of them maple syrup folks.
So, like, I think at A730, which is I think the top that Intel makes
Hmm.
GPU wise, is only like $350. I was trying to confirm that because I when I was in there looking at when I was upgrading my computer. Now the thing is, if you want the highest performance one, it's not that. But
That ain't it cheap.
okay, sorry, I was a little wrong. That's probably about the US price. So the A770 goes for about 469 Canadian dollars.
Okay.
The A750 goes for about 329. A series makes ones apparently, but they're very expensive. The thing is that they're not like the best at everything, but they're pretty competitive at their price point. When you compare it to
Hmm.
like Nvidia stuff, where like a 3070 Ti still goes for like $600 new. We need more competition in the space, and we need Nvidia to actually care about the space because a 4070 is like 800 Canadian dollars. Why? Why? Why is it
It's a little expensive.
like when I bought the 1070, it's my brother's computer. It was like 400 taxes in, maybe a little bit more than that, but because that was also GPU crisis time, and they were like vetting people to get them, and absolutely nuts time when crypto was bad, and it's just like this is so.
Was.
It's not as bad as it was. You could, like GPUs
Oh, I know.
are easy to get. Like there's a 3060 here for $400, but I'm like, why is a 3060 $400? It's expensive. Like who has the money to buy these? This is the this has been my problem with PC gaming. And people who are just like PC gaming is just go PC gaming. It's so much cheaper. No, it's not. Like I'm telling you right
Yeah, when
now,
they say cheaper, they're talking about the games because of Steam sales, but even those have not been that good in the last few years, just
no,
compared to everything else. They used to be crazy, but they're pretty regular now, which means now you're paying for a very expensive computer and very similarly priced games. You are getting probably better graphic fidelity and resolution and frame rate,
maybe
but
if you're paying like triple or quadruple the.
that's what I mean. But unless you're paying for the ultra high end stuff, you're really not anymore.
Wait, Yeston actually sells their graphics cards in Canada now? What?
Ooh.
If you don't know who Yeston are, they're like a weird Chinese brand. Uh, do they have the waifu? There's the Sakura Sugar. Like, so you should just look up Yeston. Just yes and ton. They make the
A ton
weirdest
of
shoot.
yes.
Yes, ton. Yeah, they make like they have like the waifu. No, I'm not kidding. But their GPUs are like pink, blue, and like they're actually like colors on them. I've read them because of LTT. Yeah, I don't know they're not a bad brand. They're just I just didn't know that they sold in Canada. I did not expect
Now
that.
you know.
Well, because they do aim.
That's
They're an
half the
AMD
battle.
board partner and stuff. They have the cute pet case. It looks like a cat, and it's like anodized pink aluminum. It's cute, and I'm like, it's cool to see someone actually doing something different in the PC space because a lot of them are weird. But yeah, as like, if you're willing to go back a couple gens on graphics cards, you can be okay. But to build something as cheap as like a Series X and a PC, it's not possible.
Yeah. Well, at least not in the current market.
I mean, even in a couple of years, it will be you'll be able to do something that's similar power,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that it's you're gonna get the same visual quality for
Oh
the
God, no.
price. That's kind of thing. Like even if I pick the cheapest card here, which I wouldn't because it's not that good, the RX 6600, it's it's half the budget right there. You're blowing half the budget on one piece, and then you have
Yeah.
to try and match. You need a fast SSD, you need this, and that's the thing. Like it's never going to be building your own PC is never going to be as cheap as buying a console. And I'm not saying
You'll
that
still
one
find
is
the people that argue. Oh, I know. Yeah, they're just different strokes for different folks, kind of thing. But you'll still find the PC Master Race guys that argue and will fight to the death to justify their box the same way everyone else will for theirs. People pretend that, everyone is the my shit don't stink kind of thing. But everyone defends their box, and I get it. You purchase something you don't want to admit if it's worse in any way, let alone, to other people. So I feel like that's
There
why
are
this stuff
advantages
happens
and
more often.
disadvantages to PC gaming,
Yeah.
but the thing is that with how crap the ports have been lately,
Oh God, yeah.
which I also think is one of those we have to talk. You can't ignore the elephant in the room. It's not just like, oh, well, I'll just get a PC and get the best experience always. That's not the case, and it hasn't been the
Yeah.
case for a while.
Yeah. There was a sweet period in like the early 2010s where that was the case, and then it kind of disappeared.
I think
But people
what's
still pretend it
happening
is.
is that as the PC market's getting more and more popular,
Mhm.
companies want to jump in on it, but they're doing the least amount possible. Oh, hi, Brian. How's it
He didn't see
going?
the thing from earlier. We're safe.
Shh. We're not talking about the Galaxy Express 39.
Yeah.
But that's kind of been the thing. It's like if you want to buy a high powered PC, like go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But you cannot ignore the fact that PC ports have been not good lately.
Yep. And unfortunately, it's a
Not
trend
all of
that
them.
is common.
It's not like I'm using one
Oh
right
yeah, I
now
definitely wouldn't say all of them.
to stream this. And using Xbox chat on PC to do this. The thing is that's kind of the rub, right? Is I know we've gotten very off track from when we're talking about Switch.
I mean, today hasn't been a lot of Xbox in general. We've been doing a more variety hour kind of thing today.
And it's just been whatever. Xbox news is Xbox news. We can get into
Yeah, it's a
the
slow
Game Pass
week.
stuff in a second, but
Oh no, it's all good. I didn't mean it as a bad thing. I just meant on slow weeks, it's not so bad to be able to just hit all the variety things and give everything a chance.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Next week's gonna be a little more
I set
fast.
up a little diorama of things that should be on Xbox. Got
Oh,
got Tomo.
look at how tiny.
I
He's so
set
cute.
Picaro is kind of Picarina. Little Riza. Little Pecorina.
She's so cute. I'm
And
still
Fate,
sad
because of
that
course
mobile
we need
games shut
Fate.
down.
Only the English version. I hope Cry Games relaunches it.
Crunchyroll always kills everything we love.
Yeah, wait, who owns Crunchyroll again?
Oh man, that's crazy. It's
Imagine! Just
Sony.
imagine!
I can't believe it.
Oh, as this little bottle just went for a run.
Some kind of revelation I'm having.
Arms coming. And
You
Aniplex,
said that.
and Funimation, and yeah, I know. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, but no, remember that's not a monopoly. But having
No, but
four instead
having
of
Call
three
of Duty
percent.
is a monopoly, guys.
Yeah,
Call of Duty ownage not allowed.
Call of
Can't
Duty
own
the
Call of
anime is
Duty.
what'll decide if
You
they get a
can't have.
monopoly later.
Maybe you shouldn't have let Sony buy Funimation and Crunchyroll and
And
Aniplex.
Aniplex, yeah.
And it's like anyone could just roll it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Here's a little alchemist bottle in
Yeah.
somewhere, and I don't know where. Oh wait, that's it. I think that's it. 1 second. You're back. I'm
Bye.
able to hear you still. Just gonna go under the desk for a second. Hopefully not make my
He left me, guys. I'm all alone. What do I do now? Like as you're still talking.
as I'm still talking.
What do I do? Hmm.
Ah,
Square's been doing kind of rough in the anime space lately too. It's weird.
I mean, my Clueless First Friend's fun.
Yeah.
That's them. Um, but like blockbuster bangers, not too many.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying their stuff's terrible. It's just I feel like they were on a roll for a while, and now they've kind of hit a bump in the road,
I
which is super
wonder.
unfortunate for them
I
because
do
their gaming
wonder
has too.
if it's them trying to push too much stuff, or
It wouldn't surprise me. It's
them
similar to what
just
happened with what the fuck's their name that I can't remember at the moment. Embracer, where they just took on so much growth and stuff, and now they're way behind in everything.
yeah. I wonder if Microsoft owning one of the two parts of Square North America is going to be real.
I mean, it'd be pretty good. Phil seems pretty adamant about his focus on Square too. Like when bringing up JRPGs, it's always, and Square doesn't play nice. I'm gonna have to go over there. And while I'd really want to deepen our relationship with Square, it seems like obviously JRPGs are a focus in general and Japanese as a market. But it also seems like they're not willing to give Sony Square. Like they're not willing to give up, which I think is a good thing, especially with how long we've been burned. But I wonder how people will react when one of the biggest bargaining chips that people use for console wars is, well, we get Square games and we have Final Fantasies. Why would you buy an Xbox for JRPGs? I wonder how the goalposts will change and what the arguments will be going forward. And I get that even though things change, there's always going to be arguments. It's like that little meme of the console wars now and console wars then. If you play Nintendo, you're an asshole. Fucking kill you. Then and now. My game looks better on my platform. Yeah, there's always going to be arguing and petty idiots, but I wonder how the argument scene will change because it's different now than it was back then too. At what point does it just become whatever? You know what I mean? My God, I broke him.
Okay. I was just reading something. Someone sent a
No
tweet,
worries.
and I was just reading it. It was a Tory tweet. It was not important though.
No worries.
Uh, no, you're 100% right. That people will move the goalpost, and how is the goalpost going to move if, like, what are they going to do next?
Yeah,
I kind of hope that Koei Tecmo, more Koei Tecmo stuff is on Xbox's radar.
I gotta agree there.
I think
Love me
I
some Koei.
think I think not getting Gus stuff is a shame. It's
Yeah,
and I know there's a lot of people like, oh, we don't need. It's like, no, get it.
yeah. There's never a we don't need it. No matter what it is, get it.
I'm
It does
actually,
not hurt you.
yeah, we get them one day versus X after X time. Yeah, I think what's been kind of nice with Koei though is some of their stuff has been, yeah, okay, you can have it the day one,
Yeah,
but like with like Yakuza and or Like a Dragon as it is known now,
yeah.
as it's always been known.
In the Japans, but not in the Americas and everywhere that's
Ryuga
not
To is
Japan.
the name of the studio.
Yeah, well, that's pretty conceited. Just like the wrong
Yes, we
tirade.
do need Neptune on that
Yeah,
Xbox.
I'm salty. There was just an IDX, not ID, Idea Factory game that was announced on every platform but ours. That's cool. Love to see
Yep,
that.
gotta have that. Yep, especially since they're not doing
Mr.
like
Cool.
all the Neptune stuff all the time. It's not all they've done, but it's just been ridiculously silly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's they. Excuse me, like Bill Saber's like they just don't think about Xbox as a platform.
Yeah, or if it's unfortunate, like some racial thing, where it's like they don't care about Xbox,
I don't
because
know
they
if
don't
it's
like us.
I don't know if it's a racial thing as much as they just don't. It might just be that like I'm trying to think of another company that's like this.
And I don't mean that they might be
Well,
racial. I just mean
Square's
unfortunately,
actually Square, like before they sold off the Western division, was kind of the they always had Xbox ports, but the devs are the Western side, and they're fully aware of the Xbox and its the platform itself. And you would think that the
yeah,
the West and the East would talk and be and meet in the middle. But as
you'd
we've
be amazed
heard
how
and
often
as
that
we've
never
known,
happens.
yeah, it
Yeah,
never happens.
even Capcom, like that's one of the big problems that happened with Dead Rising 3 and 4, where like the Japan sect would not talk to the Canadian sect at the time making it, and then they'd just be like, when they see it in this shit, do it again, or do this. It's like, why did you not tell us this 8 months ago? But then,
Yeah.
of course, they were doing some other stuff, so it was both sides' fault. But yeah, you'd think for something like this, communication would be key, but people tend to just let shit slide, and then unfortunately, it costs everyone. Which is crazy because in the time period we live in now, you'd think it'd be so easy to just call up on Zoom or some crap and just be like, "Hey, let's
Hmm.
check in." Like, if you don't want to do a phone call, just, all right, show me some graphs, do something. Let's make
Yeah,
this
you would
work.
think you'd have someone who would at least report back.
Yeah, like even if one guy's job is just being the middleman, he knows English and Japanese, he's bilingual. His job is to express 100% the intent of the guys between each other. Literally messenger boy. That's his job. Or girl, make it a woman. I don't care what. Just make it someone's job.
Yeah, it is definitely someone's job that needs to be done. I
Indeed.
don't, and that's the thing. I don't think because like Idea Factory International, their California offices, they just do localization. They don't decide on
Yeah.
platforms and that. And it's like I can say whatever. It is Idea Factory.
Yeah. Which is a shame. You think they'd want more money too, but I don't know. Maybe they just do it out of the love of the genre. Nah, can you imagine that?
Love genre. I The thing is, I understand like there's not a huge amount of Xbox in Japan. A lot of people in Japan don't talk about it. Do you think it's because
But
there's strong domestic makers? I'm not 100% convinced it's that.
I
I
think it's
think it
more so that it's just not as well known over there, and it's flopped a bit over time. It's a foreign console. It's not the same as, you know, it.
I want
It's
I think they really need to do consistency. The fact that
yeah,
that games like even first party games like Psychonauts 2 still don't have Japanese. I understand
yeah,
that,
and
it
that's
was
the
a
other thing. The
Kickstarter
the
game.
language
It was
ports
at
are
that.
huge.
We need to This is the thing you need to fix first. Them doing Starfield with a full Japanese dub
That's huge.
is
Yeah.
is massive. It's 100% massive. But I'm pretty sure I just wanna go here because I'm pretty sure you can play because I do own, despite what people think that I don't buy games.
You're a fake fan, bro. Everyone knows
I do
that.
own a lot of games and I do own a bunch of Bethesda stuff. So if I remember
Bethesda.
correctly, the goat. Let's look at the goat. Start page. New Vegas, the goat. I've owned it for like ever. Yeah, it doesn't even have Japanese on the Steam store.
Yeah, and that's the thing people forget. They're so used to playing in their language, but they wonder why people don't buy this. It's like, well, if I can't understand what's going on, it doesn't matter if I have access to the game or not.
Yeah, Fallout 4, the not goat.
I still liked Fallout 4, and it wasn't just because it took
Now,
place.
Fallout 4 does support Japanese.
Ooh,
It has a
but they're
full audio
76.
too, and subtitles, and interface.
See, I can appreciate that. That's the more of the when everyone plays, we all win stuff.
Fallout 4 is a walking headache like Preston Garvey. You cannot
Um,
convince me
he
otherwise.
was the homie, I'll have you know.
There's another settlement that needs saved. Oh my god, just shut up! Just get out
He
of
was
here!
just determined to help those people that were suffering,
Why
man,
do I have to do everything?
because everyone else is an NPC. You're the
And
only
why
one that
is my
has
dad.
sentience.
Why is the bad guy's name Father, but he's my son?
Because he's older than you.
Only because he wasn't cryogenically. Actually, technically, I'm still older than him. Because I was born before I'm cryogenically frozen. Because it's a
Yeah, but
bad pun. Because the game has
you got your
terrible
time slowed.
story.
You had your time slowed down and he didn't, so now he's young older than you.
He's young older. I'm
Yeah.
dying. It's cancer. Oh no, it's cancer. It's a story about a random man. Honestly, Fallout 4 was not great. I didn't like it that much.
If
To live
you
without
didn't
it.
focus on the story and you just focused on gameplay, it was the best yet. But because it needs its story and it's an RPG, uh, it wasn't the best. It was still fun in my opinion. It could have been so much more.
Nick thinks he's. I don't know.
Nuke,
Nick was
nuke, 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 nuke,
fine.
nuke.
Talking about what was Fallout 4 even trying to do? I don't even know what it was trying to do.
Well, which part of it? Like the
Like
overarching story?
story wise, was just like
It
it.
was trying to make your evil, good, old young son um taken over by the Institute. And you so then it was mostly like it felt like them exploring different ideas, not in the story but gameplay. You can build sanctuary and do all this stuff. Cool, what's the point of that? No, just you can do it. Okay. You get a dog now. Cool, what do I do with it? Fucking, I don't know, man.
The best
It's an
parts of Fallout
NPC.
4 were the side quests. The main
Oh,
story
always.
is garbage.
But that's like
Absolute
that most
trash.
RPGs. Like, don't get me
No,
wrong.
I
There's obviously
disagree.
good stories. I feel like the side stories always have
Don't
more.
you talk don't you talk to me about that. Don't you talk to me about that. Oh my god. That's the thing. It's like I get so frustrated with people who are like, oh, this is the best one. I'm like, there was cool aspects to 4, and then the story just falls apart.
I think it's because when everyone says something like it's the best one, they're not always thinking of it had the best story. Like they might mean it had the yes, best gameplay or I had the most fun with it. People have different ways of saying like what the best of something is, but no one ever expresses that. So
I
they
I
just
still
argue over the
I
best.
still stand by the fact that Fallout 3 is probably one of the worst of them.
In what?
Oh, overall presentation and overall like the overall story and just making sense. Fallout 3 pissed me off to no end.
But it was a lot of people's first game. It also had tons of
But it didn't
memes.
have
It
Richard
had the
Dean
tunnel
Anderson
snakes.
like
But you know
Fallout
what it
1
did
did.
have? It had a glitch you could do so you could stay baby the entire game. And I did
Oh
that.
man. Oh man,
But
I'm BB entire game. I will beat game as BB.
it's great though because you still have like the action button, the interact that makes the baby noises whenever you do like anything. And if you look in third person, you're the 18-year-old body like the adult, but like a foot tall. And you just make baby noises anytime you interact. So you can play the game completely normally once you manage to pull this off. But yeah,
The real
you're like
Fallout
foot
3. Oh, you
tall.
mean Fallout Tactics? You mean the actual third Fallout game? That isn't called Fallout 3?
Baby.
Maybe. That that's the thing. And people are like, oh, they could redo Fallout 1 and 2, and I think they'd be fine, but the
I mean, it'd be easier to do than Persona 1 and 2. Did you see what I posted in the chat earlier with the Family Guy reference?
Oh, with the Persona, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like Persona
Kid
1
with
and 2.
Atlas.
No.
Yeah, and he's like, all right, guys, bring it in. And it's all the friend group, and it's Persona 3, 4, and 5. And then it's, I forget his name, but it's the pirate that has all nubs, so they're wood. And he puts his hand in, and it's Persona 1, 2, and I think one of the side twos or something. And I was like, no, no, not you. You get out here.
Not you. No, not you. Not you at all.
Not you.
No. No.
Just leave. Oh, why can't I remember that character's name? It's been so long since I've watched Family Guy
Fallout New Vegas
regularly.
is absolutely fantastic. The fact
But
that
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 was
Obsidian
different.
made it
Yeah.
in
Like, what was it, 11, 13 months? Something like that?
yeah, it's like just it was just over a year, I think. I think it was 18 months.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's buggy, it's whatever, but it's still the
No more so than a
goat.
normal Fallout game, though.
It was more buggy than the original Fallout game. It was so good.
What?
I absolutely love
Oh, it was great.
New Vegas. Yeah, it's 18 months, yeah.
It had Chandler in it.
You could sleep with Chandler and kill him in his sleep.
I love. Have you ever seen the interview of him where he brought up why they did the game with him? Apparently, he was just a big fan of Bethesda games at the time, and when they asked him, he was like all giddy and excited. He's like, "Oh, boy, boy, boy!" And it's like, that's wholesome. I love that shit. I'm glad he had fun. I'm easy to please. I like when people are happy.
Yeah, but I played Fallout New Vegas on my birthday in 2018. Woohoo! Fallout New Vegas. It has double the playtime of 3 and 4 on my Steam.
It's 2 hours instead of 1 hour. Break out the
No, it is
stain.
not. You are 100% correct. But is it, anyone else
What?
remember the it was Fallout 3's console? I think it was the PS3 version had a bug with the save files that would get exponentially bigger.
Yeah. As much as people tend to forget, and this is not me console warring, this is just something that happened. Bethesda games have always been notoriously awful on PlayStation. Like they've always had so many problems. Um, and
They did patch it,
it's all
but it was a
oh
problem at
yeah,
launch. I'm
it's a
just
lot of
saying
these
the
rose tinted glasses though.
yeah, I played it on
Makes me
PC
sad.
because my brother played it. My older brother played it on played 3 and New Vegas on PS3. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I hate the gunplay in Fallout 76 after playing even Redfall, where I like the gunplay so much more.
Well, it's because Redfall's a banger. Game of the
Redfall,
year, bro.
Redfall, Game of the Year. It's on redemption arc.
That's a redemption arc. Right before the Game Awards, it gets its 60 FPS and millions play it. Sneak hit.
Can you have a worse version of Fallout 76 than a game that literally erased itself from my hard drive? It literally did that. PC
You not
gaming was
play
the
me?
best.
Guess I'll see myself out.
That's the way it went. No gods, no masters. I still love all those weird choices you could do in New Vegas.
Like what? I liked in Fallout 3, you could just nuke an entire town.
You could do all sorts of crazy shit in New Vegas.
Like putting hand grenades in people's pockets.
My favorite my favorite one is just like yes, when the new California Republic's trying to negotiate with you after you killed the Legion. I would never side with the Legion because fuck them.
Fair.
All the deals off in Vegas. I don't know if I actually played any of the DLCs in Vegas. Oh yeah, Dead Money. Oh, you know, I did. I played Old World Blues. I remember that one. And Honest Hearts was great. Yeah,
Sad blues
yeah.
place.
You didn't want RoboPrez? Oh, you mean Mr. House? I don't know, Mr. House. Mr. House was weirdo. Take drugs, kill a bear. Oh my god.
Become a bear.
You're not just pissing on me, you're pissing on the bear. Why is it my every night in my dreams tweet is getting so much love right now? Every night in my dreams. I see you. I feel you. Lone Road? Yeah. I would, and yeah. That's why I kind of want Obsidian to make another Fallout game. Just straight up. Just let Obsidian do it. Come on.
I mean, I'm down for that just because I trust them and they're good at making games.
Yeah. I kind of hope that the Outer Worlds 2 doesn't try to act like yeah, and Exile also would be good. That's the thing. It's like you got all these great
Yeah.
RPG makers under one roof now, more or
But
less.
luckily, they're letting them make RPG games, and they're not making them feed the COD machine equivalent of, Halo and Gears and stuff. That's why I trust them more to do things.
Yeah, I saw Clockwork Revolution. I was like, it said in Exile. They said this is a deep RPG with weird time powers. I'm in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so nice to see these guys get the budget they want to make like a cool game. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Was it in Exile? Was it Obsidian or in Exile that made Torment?
Uh, I honestly don't remember.
I think it
I'm
what?
gonna guess In Exile. And if I'm wrong, then I'm lost this 50-50.
No.
Do you remember when
I did.
Kotaku fucked up their name?
No. I think I'm. I think I'm. What? Why is there? What? Sorry, my web browser's doing weird things right now, and I'm very confused. Uh, I didn't have it on Steam. I put it somewhere else. Good thing I don't need the in Exile. Yeah, it was in Exile.
I was
Torment,
right. I
Tides of
won my
Numeria.
50-50.
Yeah, there was another one that um. Is this the one where you play the bad guy? Is this the game I'm thinking of, or a different one? Am I thinking of a different
I'm
game?
not sure. That'd be hilarious.
There was like a there's
You're
like a
doing all this
game.
research and you're
It
like, that
was
isn't even right.
it was like a top down Tyranny. That's the one. Tyranny.
Mm,
Cause you work for the bad guy.
old.
Tyranny was made by Obsidian. Thank you. That
Oh,
was the
so
game I
that's
was
why you were
thinking of.
mixing them up.
Yes.
Both were T games, and one was made by one and one was made by
One's
the other.
called Tyranny. One's called Torment. I
It's actually
mean,
really funny.
yeah. Tyranny's like kind of cool, but suffers from the fact that they didn't have a lot of budget, so it's kind of short.
Hmm.
It's really
I
cool
want to
game
see a
though.
Lunacy remake. That game
Really.
was weird and
Best
insane.
RPG of 2016. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Lunacy needed a budget
Yeah.
because it looks like it was made with cardboard, and then the cardboard was eaten by a toddler. and shat out and then set on fire. But it had some cool ideas. It was very of its time.
Man, where's my Brave Fencer Musashi remake square? Is it with Parasite Eve and all the other weird, like, the fact that even some of these PS1 games don't even have a way to play some of them on modern hardware with just like a few tweaks. Like I
Yeah,
know you can
it's
play Dino
depressing.
Crisis, the port of Dino Crisis on PS5, unless Capcom moved it from sale because it was on the shop at one point because I have it on my Vita and the
Mhm.
second game.
They
But
gave us
like,
Killzone today if we got it from the hack back in 2011.
Killzone,
PSP Juan.
Juan, Killzone.
Yeah, the
Are you talking
Xbox
about
Juan.
Liberation?
Yeah, they just gave us that today, and I took it because I was part of that back then. I mean, I wasn't hit by it as far as I know, but it was during that time period.
Of the big Sony hack.
Yeah,
It was down for like a month. I remember getting
yeah, and a
Infamous
lot of
from
people
that.
lost their credit cards. Yeah, they were like, here, to make up for all the people who lost thousands, pick one of our free titles. And it was like Little Big Planet, Killzone, and Infamous.
Infamous.
It
Yeah, I
was
picked
like,
the
you get
Infamous. They
one.
didn't steal my credit card or anything. I
Same.
didn't lose anything, but
I got
uh
lucky.
Infamous was because I used uh was that before or after they let you use PayPal on? I might have just used gift
Uh,
cards at the time because it was just
I
easier. And DLC content. Who bought that much DLC content on the PS3? Like I did.
I didn't even
I
have a
didn't.
PS3 at the time. I had a PSP and a PS2, and I was like, all right. Like I had a 360 and some other stuff, but PlayStation wise, I only had the PSPs at the time, so I was like, I'll take the PSP game, please.
Yeah. No, but Infamous was one of those games I was like,
Yeah.
what?
And then you loved it so much so that you never played them again,
I played Second Son.
and
It
you
was
loved every second of it.
it started pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like we've definitely had this talk too about what Infamous could have done better, and that's sadly a long list.
Which
I
3 is
remember
a great
playing
game.
the I don't remember if it was the first or the second. I think it was the second, where they had the vampire DLC during like Mardi Gras.
I didn't have any of the DLC for Infamous, so I think it's the second one.
I played it on PS Now or whatever the hell it was. The original
PS
game wasn't on there,
never.
but dude, this was like 6 years ago too, at least. The quality was awful, and it kept kicking me out because someone else wanted to play. So that was fun. I
There's only
liked
4
that.
servers and you have to share.
Exactly, exactly. It was like,
Your brother
all
wants
right,
to play right now. I don't have a
exactly.
brother.
It was so depressing, but they were like, deal with it. It's like, oh, all
I just see
right.
that stupid meme in my head. They've got your wife, but I'm not married.
Yeah, that's how it felt. Um, yeah, I think the funniest part too was like it wouldn't give you much of a warning. It was like, all right, you got 30 seconds. We're already counting down while you're reading this to find a save point. And I'm like, do you know how video games work? Because
You
mom would tell you that when you were playing on Game Boy and it didn't work back then. So what the hell do you think I'm about to do now?
son of a bitch.
It's never gonna happen. I'm gonna lose all this data. I remember it happened during Shadow of the Colossus, and I couldn't get to a save point because that's not how that game works. And I was in the middle of fighting one, and then it shut off. I was like, all right, fuck that. I just stopped playing it. I ended up
The
getting the
joys of
remastered one
cloud
later.
gaming.
Yeah. It's the future, though, dude. It's the future.
The future is a lie.
Future.
I'm trying to think of I'm like the only time I ever tried PS Now was for they gave me in the beta, and there's only like you had to own the game, or it was like the demo game. It was like some spider platformer game, like a side scroller.
Uh-huh.
It was not very fun, from what I remember. I was like, okay, and then I never played it again.
Good times.
Yeah, it was like it's like, oh, I want you to beta test this because I did some beta tests for PS2 era
Mhm.
where they send discs to your house. I don't know if I still have it.
God, I
Uh,
remember the old days when they do that.
I had
Remember
like
discs in general?
remember discs? Yes.
Pepperidge Farm
Yes.
members.
As I look at all the discs around me, yes, I remember discs, sir.
Oh, you got a good memory.
Yeah, get a good one. No, it was like for one of the it's like a beta test for one of the Ratchet and Clank games or something. It's like this is when the time will be, and it's like they mailed you a disc to beta test it.
Meanwhile, if you try to do that today, it's like we're having an open beta. Everyone who wants one, just tell us, we'll send you a disc. And then they send 7 million discs out to people.
Yeah, I don't know how many people were involved with that. The thing was, I actually got because of a mail snafu. I didn't get the disc until after it had happened.
Oh,
Womp,
so what
womp, womp,
happened?
womp.
Did they make up for it by giving you a free copy of the game?
No, I didn't get anything.
You're like,
It was
no,
like,
what are you
no,
hiding?
we really play this game. I don't think I ever put the disc in, so I have it somewhere. I should have it somewhere. And I remember PlayStation Underground magazine, the one that was all on disc.
Yeah, there were a lot of magazines back in the day that were cool.
Well, they only released 4 issues a year, I think.
Yeah,
Was
wasn't it
it?
like every quarter?
Yeah, it was every quarter it had one, and you got like because they gave like a free one away with stuff, and the one I have has it's a bit Spyro the Dragon. Like it was old when I got it, but it was cool to see. Is it cool to have? It's like I guess they just gave random
Yeah.
ones to people because they used to bundle them in with PlayStations. I guess like subscribe to our magazine.
It'd be pretty cool if you subscribed.
I mean, it was cool at the time because you got to like it was PS1, so it was like not the
Yeah,
best quality video, but it still was a thing. It's kind of cool.
it certainly was a thing that did exist at a time.
Well, I remember I've been very much enjoying it because you got to watch the interviews and stuff with people, but you had to put it in your
Oh yeah, it
PlayStation.
was like behind the scenes before, all the tech was there.
Yeah, and then there was a
Now you
second
can
disc
just
that
load
had
it up
like
on the
demos on
YouTube.
it and things, and you're like, yeah, demos. Demo discs were sick.
I used to love that shit. Even in like cereal boxes, you would be like, "Here's a demo for this game," and you're like, "Oh,
Here's
cool."
Chex Quest.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm not talking about the jam packs. I'm talking about the PlayStation
yeah.
Underground magazine. It was actually like magazines in quotes because there was no actual print version. It was just like a disc you put in your PlayStation and you
It was how
watched. And there was like
it's
you
how
go watch this
physical is it gonna
interview
be
with this
soon.
person, or because the one I have is with the composer for Spyro the Dragon, who I
Hmm.
believe was part of the police.
The band or like the
Yes,
military? I think he was a cop.
I had to remember it because I'm pretty sure. Uh, Music was by. No, I don't want. I don't want to know what Spyro the Dragon. I want to know what
Just like Michael Jackson with Sonic the Who.
Stuart Copeland, former drummer of the Police. Yep, I was right.
Former? What
Oh,
happened? It's like, what, the band's not together. What happened to them?
I used
For
to read
20 years.
the unofficial PlayStation magazine a lot. They were pretty fun back in the
What made
day.
it unofficial?
They weren't official. There was the official PlayStation magazine. There was the unofficial one. The unofficial one was more fun because they would actually poke fun at things and talk about how bad things were, whereas the Sony one would be like,
Everything's
you
awesome
know how they are,
always.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the official one got demo discs, but it was also like 2 or 3 times as much money because the demo discs.
Oh, so it was officially more expensive than the official one.
Yeah, yeah.
Gift and a
Official
curse.
gift and a curse indeed. I mean, demo discs were always cool, but they're always like the
Oh
thing people
yeah.
will try and steal out of the magazines at the
Yep.
they were out places
Not the
because
magazine itself, but the demo disc.
the shit was gold, boy.
It
Gold.
was, especially before the internet, you couldn't just download and play random shit. It was like, I need this. This is my next fix for the next few weeks.
Yeah. I remember getting one for like Pong. That's actually a really good game.
Pong slaps.
The PS1 version of Pong was awesome. When Atari was not
God.
stupid, except for Eggy Pong. You miss me with that shit. This one where the egg like comes down and you have to bounce it back and not let it fall underneath. But then you can like if you're playing multiplayer, you can actually bump the other player and screw them up. It's just like so you're both on the same side and you're trying to screw the other player.
I thought you said this was Pong. It's a
It,
type of Pong.
it's a type of Pong. If you've never played Pong on the PS1, you are like, did it get released later for other things?
I
I
mean,
feel
I'm
like
sure it did.
I feel like it would have. I know talking about Xbox podcast, talking about a lot of PlayStation stuff back in the day. I
Well,
never
we're
did
just
get
like the
any of the.
PlayStation guys. Because they're always talking about Xbox on their podcasts.
I mean, before the days when before there was Xbox, just
Yeah.
Sega. Yeah, but see, I was a Sega kid, but the Saturn was so expensive that we didn't get it. We got a PlayStation instead because it was just cost effective.
Yeah, and when you're a kid, you don't get to console war. You get whatever your parents got you. And you were like, sweet, video games.
Video games, yeah, you just like you go places. You're like maybe you go and play with the new toy thing, and when they show off the Dreamcast or whatever. You're just like you go play the Xbox or the Dreamcast, PS2 or whatever was in display at the store. But
Yeah, or you'd go to
ultimately, you'd play
Walmart.
whatever you'd got. So
Exactly. You'd go to Walmart and the TV is up on the high thing and you break your neck looking back because you're 3 feet tall as a kid and the TV is like 15 feet up.
I'm watching
Ah,
you.
kids will never have carpal tunnel the same way we did
Ever.
back in the day.
Back in the good old days. I remember
My slide
actually.
will never fully recover.
So I remember. I remember those. We didn't have the in our Walmarts here in Canada. We didn't have the screen was like up super high. But I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'll explain why in a second. We had like the little kiosk at like the edge. Like, there was the
Hmm.
glass panels around, and there was like a little kiosk where the screen and the console were. Usually it was like a Nintendo or a PS1 with a demo disc kind of deal. They kind of stopped doing that after the that gen. A lot of places.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because it was just easier or,
I remember the 360 one always being broken because it had an OG 360 in this little tiny enclosure.
yeah,
I know.
poor thing had no room to breathe.
Yeah, no room to breathe. So it's dead. It's dead now. You killed it.
You forgot to poke holes for it to breathe. Unfortunate.
Yeah. But so we were in. I think I told the story about being in the States over the summer just before 9/11.
Yes. We had a
But
great time.
we did visit a Walmart. We were there, and they had the TV up at the top of the count, exactly like he's describing, and it was like
Yeah. It
Like,
was the
because
worst because
the
like
controller is like this pipe. Basically,
yeah,
the controller comes down and it comes down at an angle. Like, you may play, but you have to look up
the
at this
reason it
thing and
was
just
the
like,
worst though is because it's like as a kid you don't care. You're like, oh, this is great, whatever. But then like after a while, you start to get a little older, and it would hurt looking up all the time, and you're like, man, why is it like this? You'd be trying to play with the PS Now when it's aimed straight down, or the PSI, whatever it was called. And you were like, oh, this is cool. And you're trying to dance and do whatever it was to like get it to do stuff. And it's staring at the white ground and it can't tell where you are. You're like, man, none of this is working. It's
yeah,
almost like it wasn't designed for this.
it's like it wasn't designed to be shown like this. And I think it must have been a lot of work to hang those TVs up there.
Oh yeah.
I know they had some set up high when the LCD started becoming bigger, like little ones for movie trailers and stuff for a while. Then they don't do that. They just do the big TVs on the wall.
Yeah.
This
I'm sure it
gigantic one.
was also helpful because it's like, oh, well, no one can steal the TV now. Or if they do, we're really dumb. Like, how do we not catch it?
Are you gonna take the? I don't even know.
Like,
I don't even know how you do it.
yeah. Dude, I wouldn't think it's possible, but I've seen someone steal like a 50-inch TV with no cart. And I was watching the tape and I'm like, this can't be real. How did this man fit? How did no one see him? Where'd the TV go? He's like a magician.
Man's a magician. Like a dude carrying a T. The thing is, two dudes carrying a TV out of a store is not that crazy.
Yeah, but one dude carrying it is much more crazy because it's like, what?
He's just like
He's not even wearing
deadlifted the whole
anything.
thing.
That's what I mean. It was like under his jacket as if it was something small, but it was a huge TV. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? Am I on drugs?
Wow, though.
I'll have
Like
to
I
find
will
the
be honest,
video later.
the 43-inch TV I have right here in front of me,
Mhm.
looking at, um, I could move it by myself, but like it's not easy because it's awkward.
Yeah. And it'd be hard to fit it under like a jacket and disguise it.
Like, are you sure it was 50 inches? It's gotta be huge.
Yeah, I remember it was really viral for a bit because no one knew how he did it. And I think people figured out, but I never followed up, so I have no idea. It's funny because you could see the video in the store of him walking around, and it looks like there's a bit of something sticking out, but you can't tell. And then he leaves the store and it's like, bam, he pulls it out, and you're like, there's no way that was in there. That can't be possible. I would have to look now because even just talking about it is making me laugh. Let's see.
People actually listening to the or actually listening to that. Oof.
Oh, is this what it was?
Okay.
I think this
Oof.
might have been it.
I just send me it.
Yeah, he could not look more suspicious though. Like he's staring dead ass at all the cameras and he's like walking slowly. Oh my God, it's so funny. Here, let me send this to you. It looks so fucking sketchy.
Looks sketchy. He's a weirdo. You guys are crazy to try and steal anything. I'm telling you.
All right, let me put this on
It
Twitter.
might
Maybe you could show it.
it might not even be a dude who's trying to like get away with it for the sake of getting away with it, just to be like, I did it because I could. Oh, there it is. Oh, thin TV. Okay.
Yeah, but you when you see the size, you're still gonna be like, what? Because it sticks out on both sides of him. And I swear he could not look more sketchy. It's almost impressive how not cool he looks.
Let's watch this for a sec. It's only a minute long.
Oh yeah, it wasn't anything crazy, but look at this man's face. He looks like
I
he's got a
thought
gun to his head.
I seriously think this guy's like, oh, is it up behind his jacket? Like up the back
It's
of the.
like in between his arm. Like you'll see when he leaves, it's much more obvious. But like,
He's
look
walking
at this.
backwards.
I know, and there's a woman talking to the guy right there, and he's like not even aware. He's just doing his own thing. But then you see the camera out here, and it's like, what? He's scaring the whole ass TV. And he just leaves. He's like, I'm out. And then the guy's like, wait a minute. Just the idea that not only did he get away with it, but he looked like the sketchiest motherfucker on the planet on every camera.
I wonder if
People are
that was like
wild, bro.
a publicity stunt from LG because it was an LG TV.
It'd be hilarious, but
So he
I
was just holding
remember
it
people
straight
made
up
a
and
mistake.
forward. You just couldn't see it on the camera.
Yeah, it was too thin. It kind of blended in, plus the black and white. I feel like if it was in color, it would have been a little easier to spot.
Possibly.
But
I'm surprised the frame rate was so high on them.
yeah, so funny. I the fact that the guy chases out after makes me think like someone just noticed and was like, is that guy supposed to be taking that?
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you saw a dude in the like walking out of like a Walmart or whatever with a TV like just carrying it out, you'd think nothing of it. But a dude like that, he looks sketchy as
Yeah,
fuck.
who's walking backwards and like never losing eye contact with the cameras. That's the thing that gets me. The fact that like he couldn't even been stealing something, but the way he was moving, I would have been like, "Sir, I need to check your pockets." You're freaking everyone out. Oh, yeah, especially working my time in retail, you see people like that. You don't even have to check the cameras. They're doing weird shit like that, and you just look at them and you're like, please don't steal this. I know you have something. You're literally sweating."
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
It's kind of hilarious how he's just like staring at the camera. It's because the TV was so thin.
He might have gotten away with it if he did it facing forwards. I would have thought much less suspicion if he looked like a normal human and not an alien mimicking human walking patterns.
That's why he was walking sideways at the hop. So he must have had it under his arm from the beginning. You just can't see it.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was just reading this.
no problem. The fact that he came out sidestepping though is what really gets me. He came out like a little kid who walks around the corner and knows he did something wrong. He's about to get yelled at.
6 million documents, 17 months, and 6 million documents being reviewed. This is the first time you hear about this email. The rationale of
Hmm.
the acquisition, something that this email could potentially affect, wasn't event questioned by the CMA or the FTC. Oh, is that about the gamer lawsuit? Okay. Okay. No one cares about them because they're in court right now, so.
Just catching up on some tweets to see if we missed anything important.
I didn't see anything super important. We can talk about the new Game Pass games that are coming for the end of the month.
True, and we got the new releases too. Looks like EA made a big announcement. EA has announced that EA Games is being renamed to EA Entertainment. in a move that splits it and EA Sports into two organizations.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's weird. But I wonder which one will make more money.
Do you think they're getting ready to get acquired by anyone?
No,
I
I
like
don't
that. I
think
just
that's happening.
Jabberpop did. He's like, "Yo, getting ready to be acquired."
I mean, if they wanted to sell the creative side, I don't know why you would.
I think the main reason they're doing it is because then they can have quote unquote entertainment, TV, games, movies, blah, blah, blah. And then EA Sports, which is just the cash grab sports games every year. So that way they can have, you know, different
We're just
write-offs.
officially doing what we've been doing forever.
Exactly. We're just circumventing things now. Kason, popular VTuber, will be playing the cabaret hostess in Like a Dragon Gaiden.
Well,
That's funny.
moving on.
Yeah.
Oh dear, your brain age is a little underwhelming. Oh god, yes. Wait, apparently Nintendo gamers are more intelligent than other gamers according to study on gaming subreddits.
The
Oh,
fact that you're
okay.
taking anything from Reddit has already discredited you.
No, right. Most unique words used, least unique words used. Ranking by words. Hold on, sir. What? Uh, what is
Uh,
this graph
today's about to
showing?
be today's about to be very big in terms of the ABK. The FTC and the merging parties have a filing deadline around business closing today. Uh, and their arguments right now are things like Switch isn't part of the ninth generation of consoles. It doesn't count. And even if it was here, the anti-competitive effects would be the same. They also don't think the court should give any weight to Microsoft's agreements with NVIDIA or the others, or to its EC remedies. Uh, so they're basically saying Microsoft's not going to do anything they said or are doing, blah, blah, blah. These are all just conjecture. None of this is actually based on any facts or anything. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day what happens there. It's weird though that they're saying look at one regulator and not the 34 others. Oh, sweet. SteamWorld Build is coming to Xbox. I was hoping that would come after seeing it premiere. I think it was this the PlayStation Showcase? I feel like this was the Nintendo Direct before that.
What? People are saying. So apparently, there's an argument over Exhibit K because supposedly it shows Xbox execs saying they plan around buying Activision is to put PlayStation out of business.
Not only
Excuse
have they
me,
never said
what?
that, it wouldn't happen. And I'm pretty sure they know that.
I mean,
When or where did that happen?
um, why? Axios has the story. As an email proves that. Oh, it's a fake. It's the email. Okay.
Microsoft
Ah,
did
they're
throw
pulling
some
the Donald
salt.
Trump. They're pulling the Trump. Check the emails. Oh my god.
The fact that Microsoft is actually throwing shade even in their coming into court, where it's like many Xbox execs are coming to defend against the FTC. PlayStation chief Jim Ryan will appear by video, and the Microsoft said, unlike Sony, our most senior executives will be testifying in person. It's funny though that an American-based company is able to do all this shit around the world, but Jim Ryan can't find the time to come to any of this. Fucking Revik. Oh shit, the Ekbok War has begun.
The thing is that Hoax says here the disconnect may be that there's absolutely nothing wrong with trying to quote unquote put our competitor out of business. That's the very nature of competition. To be unlawful.
Do you want to know the
So
funny part
so
though?
yeah,
Do you know who is claiming that Microsoft said that?
Jim Ryan.
No, the group of gamers who filed the lawsuit earlier in the year. Uh, they filed an appeal to the U.S. District Court saying they have evidence of an internal Microsoft email that suggests that. So the people that are accusing this are the same 5 dudes or 6 dudes or whatever that were super against it and trying to buy a lawyer to cover the case. So this is them doubling down now, saying, "Your Honor, take our case. We have a secret smoking gun.
We have the emails.
Yeah, we have Trump's emails."
We have Hillary's emails. We got him. We got him, boys.
Meanwhile, people are like, just like the other claims this group has made.
I mean, I agree with Hogue here. He says it's not necessarily unlawful to aim to put someone out of business.
No, it should always technically be the end goal that you never reach. It's what you strive towards.
Yeah.
It's like saying I'll be a millionaire level of successful. You're never probably going to reach that, but you're not supposed to put a limit on yourself. Because then when you hit that, you're like, oh, what do I do?
Oh my god. Of course it's this clown. Oh my god, this clown. That Nicola guy? You know the
Oh,
guy.
God.
You know the
He's
guy. He's
obnoxious. I
he's
hate that
he's
guy.
he's like, but Jim Ryan was crazy, right? Oh, you mean I always love when they do stuff like when something like this comes up or an accusation like this comes up
hmm
and people act like oh, Jim Ryan didn't do anything wrong. No, he literally tried to push Xbox out of the console space.
And he
They
already did it
literally
with a
tried to do
different
that.
one. This would be the second time they've done it, too. It's not like ugh. And the idea too that people are like, oh, well, one's good and one's bad. If either company truly had the chance, they would probably do it because then they could have new blood take the place. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they want or don't want competition. They don't want the strong competition that they have. If they have competition that's weaker, that works for them. And that's why Sony wants this to work because they have weak competition right now.
Yeah, them losing the thing is that Sony's issue right now isn't um with Microsoft like taking Call of Duty from them. It's taking
It's
Call
the
of Duty marketing
marketing and
from them
yeah.
because the
I,
marketing it it the thing is there's so many people that see the marketing for whoever the game is, like these are just people that are not in the know. They don't even look. They
Mhm.
might just see the thing, they're gonna buy a console, be like, oh, this is the console that plays Grand Theft Auto, for instance. Grand Theft
Yeah.
Auto runs on this. Marketing is hug. Yes. So you get the people who are like, oh, this game was marketed at this showcase. That means it's gonna be on this console, so I'll buy this console or this
Exactly. Or they
product.
see the commercial on TV and they're like, "Oh, well, I want this because that's what it's on."
Yeah, they just assume that they're showing the game on the platform the only platform it's available on.
Yeah.
And Sony wants that air that they're the only place to play Call of Duty.
And that's why they get the well, you can also play early and first on this stuff because then it's like, yeah, there might be other people, but it's not as good as us. It's like, uh-huh.
Mhm. Exactly what it
Meanwhile,
is.
people are now trying to flip it at Microsoft. They're like, Microsoft said they wanted that thing redacted instead of visible to everyone, so clearly it's true and it's real. And it's like, what? It might just have personal people's names and shit in there, even if it's fake. Also, if it leaks anything else that could be confidential, whether it's real or not, of course they're gonna mark it as like redacted.
Well, that's the
Sony did
thing.
that for all their shit,
You
and no
could
one said
redact
anything.
you could redact information out of these documents.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Like
they can use it
numbers
as
and
evidence,
names are
though.
usually redacted out.
If they didn't get this legally, it couldn't be used as evidence in court.
Uh, I don't want to comment on that because I don't know 100% if that's right or wrong.
Well, no, I mean, as evidence with the chain of command and everything, you can have evidence be anything, quote unquote, but it also has to be submitted into court in a legal way.
Yeah.
So if they got
See,
this legally,
that
then
is
that'd be
true.
one
You
thing.
can't do the Ace Attorney thing of just
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Your Honor, I have evidence that
Yeah, I have extra
suggests.
evidence I didn't tell you
Oh, why
about
didn't you submit it to the court? Like, you can't just
because I
one
wasn't
up
finished
people.
writing it. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
exactly. And that's
found
all I
this
mean.
at the scene. Yeah, you can't do that. No,
Yeah,
okay, now I know what you're talking about.
yeah, and that's all
Ace
I mean.
Attorney
I'm
is not
saying
real
if
law,
they,
kids.
yeah, I know, big surprise, super sad. Um, yeah, and I'm not saying it is or isn't evidence. I'm just saying, depending on how they did this, unless they got it like the correct way and went for all the right legal channels, I don't see how this could be evidence anyway. If they submitted it earlier and they've just been keeping this under wraps, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like this would have been a talking point at some point. We'll find out, I guess. I cannot believe The World Ends With You is getting a Rhythm RPG Urbano Legends debut. They're doing a Kickstarter and a free demo.
Sorry, I lost you
Here's the
there for a
thing.
second. What were you talking about?
The World Ends With You is making a new
Oh, the
type
world
of
ends
game.
here. Okay, okay, I got you now.
Yeah, maybe just put it on all the platforms. And I'm not even just saying Xbox, like just put it on everything. I love that series. It is so inconsistent. And because it's designed around like the touchscreen, the remake that was on I think it was on PlayStation 2. PlayStation also, not the PlayStation 2.
No, if you put it on
And the
PlayStation 2.
Switch. Yeah, it was on the Switch too, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll use the touchscreen for this. But there's no stylus on the Switch, and the screen is not a touchscreen. Well, it is, but it's more fragile. It's not a just a touchscreen. So
I wouldn't say it's
I don't want to.
fragile. I think what you mean is it's not as precise because you don't have the stylus.
Well, even if I did, I wouldn't want to swipe the stylus on my screen the same way I would with a touchscreen. That's what I mean by more fragile. Like it doesn't feel like if I poked it a lot with a hard stylus or scratched across it that it would handle it as well as a touchscreen did. I
I
could be
mean, you
wrong,
can
but
use a stylus on it. I have a protector on mine
hmm.
that has an unfortunate air bubble in the corner.
I have a screen protector on mine, but it's not a glass one or anything. It's like a thin plastic strip, and I've had that on there for years now. It's probably fused with the screen. They are one. They are Venom.
Yeah. Uh. Anyway, let's
I'm
go over
just
the new Game Pass games. Yes.
yes. Do you want to do those and then I'll do the new releases?
Yes. Let me just get them. Actually, I need my laptop. I was scrolling on the desktop because I was adjusting things, and I'm like, I'll look that up. Yeah, it'd be real great to type in Game Pass without any S's.
Gamepa. Although luckily, if you do type in Gamepa, I'm sure it'll pop up immediately.
Yes. Okay, as a day two. Okay, cool. So on the 22nd, we're getting Need for Speed Unbound. I believe that would just be for people who have the Ultimate tier. Or is EA Play included in all
Uh,
tiers of Game Pass? I don't
it
remember.
might be all tiers because I haven't heard them specify in a while, but I'm also not sure.
I'm
And the
just gonna.
22nd is Thursday. And I only say that because it sounds far away. We're already almost done with June.
Yeah, June's almost done. June
Crazy.
22nd also brings us Bookwalker.
That one looked interesting.
It looks interesting. The guy's face looks like a book. I have no idea. Looks cool. The 27th, Bramble, the Mountain King. Maybe I could I'll try looking these up in a second. But I don't remember the Bramble King from anything.
Rainbow sounds familiar, but I feel like I haven't heard or seen anything in a while from it, but I could be wrong.
And then there's Fist, Forged in Shadow Torch. That
That's the
was
one with the bunny, right?
yes, that is the one with the bunny with the mechanical fist thing. That's kind of
Yeah,
out of
that sounds
nowhere and
familiar.
kind of a big deal. Gonna be
Yeah.
honest with you. And Story of Season Mineral Town comes out on the 29th. I was Sword and Fairy 7 doesn't have a date for Sword and Fairy 7. But I think Sword and Fairy 7 Together Forever is the first. Trying to get that sorted here. Sword and Fairy 7 Game Pass. Because the thing is, this was announced like forever ago.
Which one?
Sword and Fairy 7.
Yes.
It was announced
That
at
was
like
at a
the
big event,
Taiwan.
right?
Yeah, it was
Was
the
that at the Tokyo
Taiwan.
Games?
No, it was Taiwan Game
Oh,
Show.
that's what it was. I knew
July
it was
5th.
TGS. I
Oh,
just didn't
there's
know when.
also Arcade Paradise on the 3rd.
Yes, I'm excited for that one. That one you get to build your own arcade.
Okay, The Bookwalker. The Bookwalker is a narrative adventure where you play as a steam quiz, a writer turned thief who has the ability to dive into books. Use your power to journey between realities and book worlds to steal legendary items like Thor's hammer and Excalibur to restore your ability to write. Interesting. Bramble, the Mountain King, is a grim adventure set in a world inspired by dark Nordic fables. Explore beautiful yet dangerous, and twisted lands of Bramble. In your endeavor to rescue your sister. You gotta save your sister. You need to go home for dinner time. Uh, sorry. Traverse Wonderland landscapes. Okay. That sounds interesting. Yeah, but Sword and Fairy. We knew Sword and Fairy was coming. And, yeah, it was like the Taiwan game show in, I want to say February? It was so weird they announced it so far ahead of time.
Yeah.
But yeah. Here we are with Sword and Fairy 7. Together forever. Once in a Blue Moon gets added to Fallout 76 today. Season 4 of Halo Infinite Infection is available today. And Necrom. Is Necrom available today or
The variable yesterday was the 20th or 19th.
I do not
Might
know,
be.
but it says it's
It might be the
available today
20th.
on this blog post. This is the Xbox Wire post.
Okay.
It says
So yeah,
10%
then it
off for
probably
Game
was
Pass
today.
subscribers. So, Game Pass Ultimate perks. DC Universe Infinite 90-day free trial. Okay. If you play DC
Okay.
Universe and have Game Pass Ultimate. Hi-Fi Rush Team Play Costume Pack. Additional cosmetics for Chai and the crew, inspired by looks of the fellow teammates. The Team Play Pack features 6 cosmetic outfits. One for each character in the style of their allies, including a Yao Yao themed Set for chai. Oh, so you can just trap like a cat? Alright, cool. Okay. Pick that up. Elder Scrolls Online, you get a Demon Slayer mount. Battlefield 2042, you get the New Dawn Field Kit. They actually doing stuff still for whatever. That gets you a Capum Weapon Charm, Russian engineered SVK marksman rifle skin, and that's until the 18th. I guess I'll do the leaving soon for Game Pass also. DJ Max Respect V is leaving. Empire of Sin, that is the John Romero and his wife game of Doom fame. And Daikatana Infamy. Matchpoint Tennis Champion. Ulje? Ulija? I don't know how you should pronounce that one. Olija. I don't remember that one. Whatever. Omari's leaving, unfortunately. I've heard very good things about Omari. And Road 96.
Backlog. I might have to get to it.
I might just buy it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I should use this for sales.
What?
It's got all the sales listed here, too. Damn.
Oh, nice.
AVGN 1 and 2 Deluxe is on sale, 50% off.
Hey. Even Hogue is getting involved now. They're all beginning.
Oh no.
Jabber must be having a good time.
Okay, you want to get into some of the new releases? As I beat up.
Sorry, I appreciate the Atomic Heart guys because they just use the boys as a reference for more content coming soon. They were like they had Homelander looking out at like a track and it says when you've beaten Atomic Heart you think nothing can surprise you anymore. And then it shoots over to Billy Butcher and everyone's looking one way and it says Mudfish and it's just him looking back. They're doing a DLC 1 kind of thing. So that's cool. Let me open up new releases.
I don't know that's.
All right. I'll start with June 20th. So releasing today, we've got a couple of the big ones. Aliens Dark Descent.
That's the new RTS. That's the RTS game. Yes.
Yeah, that one looks pretty cool. We got Crash Team Rumble.
Oh yes, the game that did not look very good. Is that actually like really available, or is that like early access people available?
BS. I'm not sure. Let me double check.
I can't wait till the poison that is Bobby Kotick is gone from this. Although it's not like Bethesda doesn't still do the early access availability with special editions and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately it's becoming more normal too for people to do shit like that.
Yeah.
Even Starfield is.
Well, Starfield. Yeah, but you have like a $30 option if you're in Game Pass to do it. So.
Oh yeah, I just mean in general.
The same with Forza, but the thing is, you could just wait a week.
That's what I mean. Just release it a week early then. Like, why would you pay to get into it? If it's done, it's done. If it's not, it's not.
Because I want to get in early. It's the FOMO, man. I mean, wait, man, you got into Diablo 4 early, so.
Yeah, but you know why that was. It wasn't because I was trying to get in early. Because I saved $70.
They didn't catch you?
Don't jinx it, but no.
But no.
I mean, I gave you my ever ultimate copy, so I really hope they don't because I've put so many hours into this game. I'm a good boy, Microsoft.
It's funny they catch you, refund you, and then it gets added to Game Pass.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you imagine? It'd be like, haha, joke's on you. I rented it.
Got my back after all. Yeah, the deluxe is $10 more for this one.
Oh, I wanted releasing today because you picked today. Because I don't think we covered any of the releases last week.
Do we not?
I don't remember.
I think we did
New
only because Park
games.
Beyond sounds familiar and Stay Out of the House.
The Last Hero of Astros. Okay.
The
Uh,
what?
man,
Um,
Crash Team Rumble, like $60. I don't know, man. Dark Descent.
it shouldn't be 60. I thought it just said it was 30.
Welcome to Canada.
But that's way more.
$44.99 for the regular version.
So
60
it's
for the deluxe.
$15 more, and then $30 more than that, or 30, 20, no, 15 more, I guess.
Yeah.
Trying to do the math in my head, and I'm done.
Ah!
We got
It's
Necrom today. On the
okay, Necrom
22nd, we
was
got,
today. All right.
yeah. I knew it was
20%.
either today or yesterday. The 22nd is a Pico. I have no idea what that is.
Coming soon. Now we're on. Hold on. Let's see. A Pico?
Yeah, APICO. Unless it's a Pico, but I think it's a Pico.
I don't see it, my man.
Uh, when's the first day you have going forward of something?
21st.
I don't even have anything on the 21st here. I have 20th and it jumps to 22nd. On the 22nd, we've also got some other fun ones. Uh,
Well,
I mean,
Novalands is
Bookworm.
here. I have no idea what this
Yeah,
is, but Novalands is here.
yeah, it looks cute.
It looks like. Is this a
Huh.
farm build? Is this like a.
But it looks like it's hex based.
Is this supposed to be like an Arc Racer clone?
It almost looked like what
It's.
if a Stardew type game, but hex based.
Yeah, but Hexpix and with combat, it's like Arc
Yeah,
Racer, so you have to go adventure to do stuff. I don't know. Okay.
looks cool.
23.99
Uh,
Canadian.
on the
Alice
22nd, we
Sisters?
got Dr. Fetus.
Man, there's
Oh, I
more
didn't even
games here
see
than
that
on your
here.
list. What is this? Alice Sisters are here. I mean,
My God.
the art's cute. It's got that 90s cartoon vibe to it.
For a
Thinking
second, it
about
like
it.
went back to the upper menu, and I was like, "Oh,
No, I'm not touching the controller anymore. Oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
man, this is a good video."
Something went wrong. Okay, maybe I can get
They don't want you to see it.
screenshots.
Char's hiding it from you.
This looks like it's inspired by the old Genesis side scrollers actually.
Yeah, it's cute though. I
It's
appreciate
got
the art
it's got
style.
co-op too. Local co-op only, but
Oh, still good for those who
also
want a
no.
little buddy to play. All I see is limited lives. Oh, for
The hard
hard mode.
modes with limited lives, yeah.
Yeah, easy peasy mode is like Mario Odyssey.
I mean it's
Speaking of
6.15,
Mario
so
Odyssey,
if you
I
like these
hope we
kind of
see a new
games,
one.
if you like these kind of games in co-op, this might be a good pick.
Yeah, I definitely like the art style. Oh,
Is it gonna actually
nope.
run? We gonna see gameplay?
Nah, as soon as it fed back to
No,
the
it's done. It's done.
title image, I had a feeling.
Okay, gravity thrust? You have gravity thrust, sir?
What day is that? Oh, that's the 23rd. I have a bunch more before that.
22nd.
What? It says 23rd on here.
His list is weird. Are you living in the future? Are you looking in Japan? Anyway, gravity thrust is here.
It got released a day early.
This reminds me of old PC gaming.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got
Especially that
4-player split
black
screen?
background.
Yeah, it does. It does. Is it like battle? Yep. All right. This is 650.
It's a nostalgia trip right there.
That is. I don't know how it plays, but it looks
It's not a
cool.
bad price either.
What about Elite Time
Um,
of War?
Uh,
90s.
well, yeah, that one's coming out on the 23rd.
What is it's the 22nd here?
Are you living in the future?
No, I'm in the past. This looks like a Star Fox film, but with a helicopter. Okay, moving on.
Starcopter.
What about Got to
That
Fall?
one says it's coming out the
Usurper.
23rd too.
That one actually is the 23rd.
Well, okay, so hold on. Let me go for all the 22s we missed. There's Dr. Fetus and the Mean Meat Machine, which I assume is a reference to Dr. Eggman's Mean Bean Machine, but with Meat Boy. We got Nova Lands, The Bookwalker, Thief of Tales, which is weird that The Bookwalker's not up there because that one's just announced for Game Pass.
Yeah,
um,
it's weird.
we got Valrifian Arc, Hero School Story 2. It's a lot of nouns thrown together. Gravity Thrust, we already did. Scout Photo Usurper. Sonic Origins Plus is the 23rd. Um,
Mhm.
and then Time of War Arcano. And then there's only one for the 24th, and that's Harmony, the Fall of Reverie. Is that one up there?
Weird. Okay.
Yeah. Is Harmony, the Fall of Reverie up there?
I do not see it. Raging Bats. This is the Kenmo zombie one.
Yeah. That one looked interesting.
27th, though.
Yeah.
Solvars is here at the 27th. Story of Seasons on the 27th.
They missed one, but I can't blame them. It's Destroy All Humans 2 for the one. It already released everywhere else, but Last Gen is coming out.
Your computer might be at
Uh,
risk.
yep, that's the only one on the 28th. This one actually looks cool. I don't remember if it was us that looked at this or if I just looked at it while scrolling, but I actually thought
No,
it
it
was kind of cool
exploded.
looking.
It looks weird.
Your computer might be at more than just a little risk.
I mean, it looked like there were people like doing weird stuff there.
Yeah. Rather than might, your computer is at risk. Sleep. Oh man, realistic sleep gameplay.
Okay, yeah, I'm surprised how many of these are missing. And information is weird and different.
I have a few before noob. I have AEW Fight Forever. Is
AW,
that
I
up there?
saw, was it farther down?
Oh wait, was
Grab
that it up there? Go up two more.
Ido. Yeah, AW Fight Forever.
One
Yeah,
more
there's
after that.
they're right here.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, it was delayed a bit by like a second for me.
Yeah, it does
Okay,
that.
so that's there. Enclave HD. I think we talked about. Is that at the bottom left?
Yes, it is. One game,
Okay.
two sides. Enclave HD, dual campaign. Blah, blah, blah. I vaguely
Yeah.
remember Enclave back in the day. This definitely looks like a 360 or Xbox One game.
Yeah. I think what was the name of the guys that made this? I always forget because their name is the name of a game I have on Xbox that's also fun. Um
Sick heads. Oh, Starbreeze.
Ziggurat, that's it.
Ziggurat.
The publishers. Um Next
Yeah,
up
this
we got
this definitely looks like a OG Xbox or PS or 360 game, early 360
yeah,
game.
I think there's like a way back machine that they decided to upscale and make look pretty.
Hmm.
Next we have Never Awake, which is the opposite of me. I am never asleep. Although I guess the opposite would be always asleep, which I'm not. And then Noob the Factionless. That's the 29th.
Noob the Factionless.
I was surprised. I had to look up what this is based on because, like, the art you see here and the art in the trailer, very different. Um,
At the
and
center
apparently
of the
this is based on
universe
like
is the home
a
planet
French
Arcturus.
cartoon or something. I think I could be wrong.
One of its many
Uh,
moons,
Could be
once
Spanish, could be
people under the
German.
void
I
source,
genuinely don't remember.
was conquered by the alliance of the sources of
Apparently,
life
people
and
really
death.
like it though. It's been in Steam Early Access.
Using the Stone of Ages, these divine entities reshaped this moon in their image and renamed it Olidri. They sealed the void into its depths, created plants, animals, and humans, and allowed them to tap into their magical mana streams. But an unexpected event disrupted the balance that all had deemed eternal.
They're gonna run into the typical, yeah, the typical wars.
One night, a
What could it
mysterious
be?
ship from another world crashed down in the barony of the Lucans.
Could it be the
Over
people who embrace
generations,
magic, the people who
research
embrace
into the
tech, and the
vessel's wreckage
people who just
gave
want everyone to
rise
die?
a new power called technology.
A new power
Seeking
called.
to counter this science from the
Future
stars,
Jeff.
magic's most fervent defenders formed a
Past
coalition.
Jeff.
War broke out, revealing the existence of a forgotten people
And Jeffette.
and an unknown mana
The
called
Free Jeffs.
Infinity. Today, Olidri is divided into 3 factions. The Empire.
So the
that
idea of
needed
this game
harmony between
is
magic
that
and
all of
technology.
this is
The
in-world
Coalition,
game
seeking a
building.
return to the original balance
They're
that the
playing an
founders
MMO,
intended,
and this is the
and
MMO.
rejecting the reign of
So
life and
you're
death
playing as
sources
like
in favor of free
the
will.
main characters in that series, the noobs. It looks nothing
Yeah, it
like
must be
this
like,
art.
what?
It looks like that.
What?
And it looks interesting because like it almost looks like a Torchlight game or something.
I don't know. I don't
Does it
see
have
any
the?
no gameplay, no
Yeah, I had to look at
screenshots.
Yeah, I had to look at screenshots on Steam because I was like, "What is the art style? What is happening?"
It's a little expensive
I,
on the expensive side if it's a twin
yeah,
sticker.
no, I totally agree. Um, Next we have Front Mission First remake, not Front Mission One, but Front Mission
Wasn't that
First.
coming to Game Pass? Am I crazy?
Uh,
I might be
maybe.
crazy here. Yeah, I might be crazy here. Front mission. I feel like it was announced before.
I remember hearing something about it. I don't remember if it was Game Pass though. I could be wrong. I does not know.
No, you are correct. It was not announced for Game Pass. I could have sworn there was something about it. It just came out of nowhere, and people were like, "What?" I think it came out of nowhere. And we were just like, "What? There's a port for Front Mission for Xbox? What?"
Yeah,
It's already out on.
I feel like that.
It's already out on Switch, right?
I believe so.
I know it was announced for Switch already. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
there's
saying on the
also that other
30th.
one.
Release for in November of last year.
We only got 4 left. We have Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which you happen to be looking at. And if you guys haven't played it yet, play the demo. The save data carries over. You get to do the first 2 chapters, and you get to experience what it's like on a controller instead of a touchscreen. And it actually works really well. I had a lot of fun with that. The story is 100% why you come. The gameplay is fun, but it's the really engaging story for me. I'm a big fan. Pretty redheaded girl. Now, I won't spoil any plot, but obviously you're a ghost. I don't know
No,
much
I'm
more
not a
than that
ghost.
besides, yeah, I
Oh,
love Missile, by the way. You get to
oh, the
do a
dog.
level with her. Yeah, Missile's the cutest little shit ever. It's a little Pomeranian thing.
Missile. It reminds me of
Yeah.
the dog from Goof Troop. Hmm.
From
But
what?
from Goof Troop,
Oh, Goof Troop. Goof Troop was great.
and the little girl named Pistol. I can't remember what the dog's name is. That's why it made me think of it, because her name is Pistol. Anyway,
QAQ. We got Furry left now. We got Goodbye World, June 30th. Oh, we're not even in June anymore, so I guess we don't have any of these free. There's
Yeah, and then
Goodbye
here.
World, there's Inner Ashes, and Cricket 24. And that one's supposed to be just to be decided in June. It's getting near the end. They might not
Didn't
even
Immortals
do it.
of Avalon just get pushed to August? It looks like it did,
It did.
yes.
What's it say there?
Yeah, I just was reading it. I just moved to it. It's like, 22nd of
Oh,
August.
I
Remnant
think
2.
originally it was supposed to be like July 20th or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a month from today. They announced the delay exactly a month before.
Oh, there's this. Oh, this one was coming to Game Pass.
What?
Lamplighters League.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. I already got the 300 megabytes installed.
It looked interesting. I'm not big on tactics games. I might give it a shot, but I don't know, man.
You don't know. What about
There's so much
that
stuff in
one?
the fall. So much stuff in the
Oh yeah.
fall.
I feel bad for Immortals though. Um, it's been sent to die now because it launches the same week as Starfield and Cyberpunk.
Oh, Lamplighters League, you mean, or?
No, Immortals. Because the end of August, it's gonna be right in between
Oh my god, yeah, Armored Core.
Armored Core and Starfield. I might not have said Armored Core. I might have said something else. Yeah, Armored Core and Starfield. It's right in between those. It's like, ooh.
Oh
Not
yeah,
that I don't think
Immortals.
people will buy it, but that's rough.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, like my Armored Core is from software game, and I don't
And
know if
then the
it'll
biggest
ruin it
Western
too much.
RPG.
Yeah,
All
the
I
big
know is there are some
25.
people I know that genuinely are like, well, guess I'm waiting for a discount on the backlog because I'll be playing both those kind of thing.
Oh, it's an EA Originals. It might come to Game Pass.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was like, ooh, okay.
It's expensive though. It's
Yeah,
full price.
we'll see how long it lasts. Who knows? Plus,
Oh, Atlas Falls is coming too. Oh my god, there's so many games. So many
yeah,
games. We're not gonna get to play all
uh,
these. We're not gonna get to play all these.
I mean, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is supposed to be coming around then.
That's also on Game Pass. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I just mean lots of stuff to play. Sea of Stars is right around then. Phasmo is right around then. Um,
Gord.
Gord?
I don't know.
Gord. I looked up, I saw that, and I looked down, and now I see it down here too. Gord.
Gord. I don't know. I'm intrigued.
We got Payday and Liza P around then, and the Harvest Moon, and the Infinity Strash, the
If you like video
Cyberpunk.
games, you're gonna have lots to play.
If you like video, if you're here, congratulations. Video games.
Not including like any updates that are gonna come to Diablo or anything else.
Yeah, not you're right. Not even including all the extra content. And there's extra content.
Yeah, because the PvE missions for Overwatch 2 are also in August.
Yep. It's like the first week of August, I think. Or maybe it was the 8th. Technically the second week. I think. One of those two.
I'm thinking. I have no idea what this is.
That's a video game? Stupid.
Is this a video game? I am
I
not
love the
playing video
super
game.
unhelpful, like, obviously. Hollow Knight supposedly might be getting announced soon. I don't think it will, but there's
Let
been
them have their
rumors.
time.
Wait,
Hey, there's
what?
dead people singing. What?
I mean, how do you know they're dead? Maybe they're just glowy.
This is not showing me anything about the game, sir. Am I
Was
gonna
this
sing
Gord?
and dead people gonna start singing too? This is Gord.
Oh
It had
man,
a name like Gord. I had to look at it.
I can't blame you there. What month is Gord coming out? I don't even see it on his list.
August, I think. Let's confirm in a second.
man. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, August 8th.
It's
Oh
gonna be in
man,
front of Starfield and
I can't wait for this trailer to end and it's stick figures.
it's stick figures.
Dude, that's how it is. Like the trailer will be like Final Fantasy level, and then the game is like 2 stick figures.
I don't know if these are Final Fantasy levels. These are like really good looking 360s or early
Yeah,
PS3 slash Xbox
this
One
is
level
Shadows
of
of
graphics.
Mordor. Not Shadows of War, but Shadows of Mordor. Did
She's
she
the
have
best.
eyeballs?
She's like the best one.
She has
What
eyeballs.
is Gord? What do you do in this game?
Wow, not only was nothing explained to me, I don't even know what the game looks like.
It's a strategy game?
Oh, it's Team 17.
It's a strategy game.
I was right about the art, though. Not in a mean way ever, just it looks nothing like what we're shown. It
There's a
looks
bunch of dudes
interesting.
just chilling in the tub there. You see that?
Farmville shit, where it's just like wandering around the open area and you have no control. It's like, well, we're all gonna bathe together.
Yeah,
How
this
can
is
the village
definitely
become so
that's
big?
definitely a 360 level cutscene where the
Yeah.
game doesn't look anywhere near as good.
Yeah. It reminds me of those mobile ads where like they show a completely different game and graphics.
Yeah, play this game. How is this? What? The Expanse. Oh, is a Telltale Expanse game coming?
Yeah.
That
In
sounds cool.
between the 2 other games they're working on.
Yeah, where the hell is the the
The wolf within. The wolf.
God damn it, how am I supposed to
I
play
I
all
thought you
these
were saying that to
games?
the Avatar. And I was like, oh
No.
yeah, dude, that Avatar game. Alone in the
Uh
Dark, Alan Hoyke,
if,
the man who forgot his name.
no, who erased his name?
No, he forgot. He
He
didn't really
erased
erase
it.
it. He just forgot it. Someone else remembered it. Prince of Persia looks cool, the 2D one. I have no idea how the actual remake looks.
Alone in the Dark looks sick.
Oh,
Flat up
definitely.
just looks sick.
Graphically, it's a showcase, a feast for the eyes. What was
I
it? A
don't think it's
Fallen
like
might be great.
yeah, and then this game comes out. Is this game set to die? Is that why they presented the Xbox? And be like, look, people don't play
Uh,
this.
I thought you were making a reference to the character's name. You see what we did there?
Die.
His name's
Die
Die.
Boken. Die no Die Boken. Oh my god. Die's Big Adventure.
Yeah. How would you say infinity strash? Mostly because I don't think strash is a word.
Trash.
Yeah, in Japanese, how do
Trash.
you strash?
Probably
It's like
trash.
S. It's S tier trash.
This is the classic style.
The yeah, the new
Oh,
Assassin's Creed that is the old
classic
Assassin's Creed.
style,
But
man.
what if?
I don't know. Install it. It does make me wonder if there's people who sub to Game Pass just to play like Forza and stuff, or people just buy Forza to play.
To be honest, the first part, absolutely. People just, I mean, there's a combination of things. There's the, well, I want to try it. I don't want to pay full price for that. It looks expensive. And then you've paid for it long enough that you don't even remember, or you just, thought you bought it and you're playing other stuff. Then there's the people who absolutely do that. The same people who buy sports games every year or buy, like, only
I
COD
have
and
to
every battle
admit
pass.
that Forza looks stunning.
Oh, it's
It's a racing
gorgeous.
game. They always look great.
Most of the time, yeah. I feel like it's because besides
Well,
the,
it's going for the photorealistic on the
yeah,
car at
but that's what I
least.
mean.
The people look
Besides
a
the,
little uncanny valley, but that's just
yeah, but it's at the same time, when are you ever going to see them? When you're going by, going 120?
not
I'm
at
not saying you
all.
should make them ugly, but it's definitely not the focus. You want to get that
No,
realistic
you
reflection.
all the polygons are on that car, my man.
Yeah, all 4 billion of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
2B's ass.
To be
Sorry, you don't have the most polygons anymore. Check out the hood on this
hood,
sweet ride.
hood. Probably not
Hood.
that. Oh yes, we're trying to make the crew but not the that's fair. The crew trying to be Forza Horizon.
Yeah.
$160 edition? What the hell?
Oh, what?
What?
I'm sorry. That means it's probably 130 here, which is still outrageously insane.
I'm actually really
Oh,
excited
sorry,
for
you get
this. Unreal.
you get the year one.
Not even being crazy.
Oh, I love
Not
Bomberman.
even tripping. Super Bomberman R. Actually excited for.
They've been killing it too. Like when they had all of the guest characters that had different abilities from the other games, like
Is this
Dracula,
Introducing the newest
Pyramid
title to
Head. Oh my
Bomberman
God,
series,
he shut off the
Super
stage like it was
Bomberman
fucking Smash Bros.
R2.
Oh yeah. Is this the
Bomberman
one
is
that has
back
like
with
30
more
player?
battle modes than ever.
I know there's like a
Standard.
BR like one that I'm
Enjoy the
pretty sure is
classic
still
and
going.
explosive
That has
battle
a
mode.
lot of people.
Grand Prix. Compete for
Classic
crystals
mode.
and KOs.
7?
Team
Grand
battles
8
won't
play?
last.
10 players?
Battle 64.
64.
Be the last
64.
man in
This is the
this
one, the
battle
Battle Royale one. Battle of
64
64.
Yeah.
players with only
It's great
one
because
winner.
each one is like a different Bomberman room, and you can
the
go from room to room,
long-awaited
and then they destroy some of the rooms.
new battle mode.
Oh, long-awaited new battle mode. Bro, this one looks
Attack
better.
or defend your castle.
New castle mode.
The attack side blasts their way through the stage.
Oh my God, there's
to
so
find
much personality
keys
to these
and
characters
open
now.
treasure chests.
Yeah.
Find keys and open
Find all the
chests.
chests, you win. The castle side must
And
defend their
what do
treasure
the
chests
defenders do?
at all
He's got a
costs.
sword.
If even just
He
one
does.
chest
Fuck
remains safe,
Bomberman, bro. I am Stab Man.
victory.
I'm
You can even
also a
create
character from
your
Mega
own
Man, and
original
I stab.
stages
Wait,
and
you can
share
build
them
your own
online.
castles?
This
Oh.
I remember.
Create an impenetrable
I'm excited
stage
for the
by
building
making
of your
full
own.
use of
'Cause
various
there's going to
gimmicks.
be some dumb shenanigans, and I'm looking forward to it.
Discover a whole new single-player adventure.
New single player
battles?
mode?
Explore new
Yo,
planets.
a whole story
Build
mode
up
I'm down
and
for.
reinforce your base. Defend
Do you
your
remember the
base
story
and
mode
wage
of
Where am I
the
attack
one
gonna
on the
play
GameCube?
Bomberman? Like,
Battle
I'm being
against
real.
powerful
When am I gonna
bosses.
fit it in?
And immerse yourself
mean, I feel
in the
that.
new story mode.
It's depressing.
Super Bomberman
Oh, good, they have the story
R2
with all the
has more
characters. They have so much
content than
personality in
ever.
that little universe.
Explode,
Yeah.
scream. It's a
I like the
bomb
emo
party.
guy, black, in the
It's a
sleepy
bomb
one.
party.
Super Bomberman R2.
Supports
never been to one of
cross-platform
those.
play.
Oh, I respect that. I dig it.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Konami.
that's probably a day one for me. Fucking love Bomberman. So much nostalgia. Do you remember the GameCube one where you found like pet creature things and you could
I-
train them and they could battle?
I think I only played the GameCube one multiplayer.
Oh, I had like a Triceratops thing, and I remember it was awesome. I remember nothing about it. I just remember that existed, and I for some reason was way more hype about that than the other parts of the game, even though I liked the game.
Was Red Dead Redemption 2 on a sale again?
Yeah, I
Recently?
know it just got ported to mobile or something silly.
Yeah, but it's on the top paid games. So I'm just
Yeah, well, it probably was on a sale. I know the
well,
sale just
Cyberpunk's
swapped
up here
over.
too.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah,
Besides the sale,
I wonder why, man.
I can't imagine.
Still
The
pretty
sales
high.
did just swap today, though. Should we check what they have for the peoples?
I actually have a list here of sales. Quick.
My
Stuff that's
God, that's way more professional.
way more. Let's leave it on Diablo for a second here.
Diablo.
It doesn't tell me when these sales start or end, but Seventh Sector, Boy and His Blob, A Fold Apart, A Musical Story. Musical Story has smart delivery. It's a little weird the way this is written, but yeah.
Mhm.
They're all decently discounted. Ace Combat 7 is 85% off. And the Maverick aircraft set is the Top Gun. DLC set's 50% off. So if you were looking for the DLC, it is on sale. Anything else here that I know is really good?
It looks like they're doing a publisher spotlight sale, and they're also doing an ID at Xbox super
Yeah.
mega sale.
Yeah, the ID at Xbox has so many things. I'm just trying to see if there's anything here. that I
I'm gonna look
know
for do the
of.
same.
Yeah, so the
Oh, Rogue
AVG
Legacy
Endgame
2 is great. Highly recommend that one.
Alchemist. Some of these are not super heavily discounted.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rogue Legacy 2 is only $18. It's 30%
Yeah, this
off.
is in alphabetical order, so I'm going through here. It looks like Assassin's Creed Origin is 80% off, but also on Game Pass. Assassin's Creed Odyssey is 80%
Oh
off.
god,
The Gold
18
Edition.
pages of games. How many are on
Yeah,
sale?
we're going forever.
345.
Tons. Tons.
Yeah,
Banner
I'll
Saga
scroll through and
3's
see if
on
anything.
sale. I'm trying to see if there's anything here. Ooh, did I see Blazing Chrome? Blazing Chrome is 60% off. That's a good game. I feel like Contra.
Anemia Gate of Memories was pretty fun. It's only 750. I remember I got like a super deluxe special one when I was working at Toys R Us because it was like 48 cents at
Ah,
the time
yes.
after my discount.
Blair Witch is 75% off. That game. I have problems with that game. One
I
of the
couldn't
endings,
tell.
you have to kill the dog. And I'm
Oh,
not okay with that.
never mind. I'm mad at it now. Ooh, Atomic Crops is only 375.
Bomb Crew. Boomerang Foo, 50% off.
Ooh,
I only pick
Battle Kid is only 5. I
Battle
highly
Kid.
recommend Battle Kid. You will get your shit rocked.
Castlevania Advance Collection is 50% off. Castlevania
Ooh,
Anniversary Collection is 80% off.
buy all of those. Castlevania games are
Castlevania
fantastic.
Lord of Shadow is
Well,
67% off. And Lords of
that
Shadows
one's
2
less
is
good.
75% off. The
They're still
Lord of
fun, but they're not
Shadow
good
Mirror
Castlevania
of
games.
Fate is 75% off. Cat Quest 2 is 67% off. Cat Lateral Damage Remastered is 65% off.
Yeah,
I
that was
had to
only
say it. I
$5.
had to say it. It's called Cat Lateral Damage Remastered. I love it. Chernobyl Light, that's an okay game. Children of Light Ultimate Edition is 60% off. That's a pretty good game. Chroma Gun Clunky Hero. Let's see here. Going from quick. Code Vein is 85% off. Get this game, people. Code Vein is
Do
amazing Souls
it!
like.
Buy the game.
It's
It is a
60%
great
off for
game.
the season's pass too. So,
Damn.
85% off. It runs like a flawless 60 on the Series X. It's fantastic. Conan Exiles, DLC Construction Simulator, Contra Anniversary Collection. If you want that,
What the hell?
80
Oh,
80%
Xbox.
off. Contra Rogue Corps. It's 85% off, but don't buy it because it's not good. It's terrible.
I mean,
It's terrible.
I mean,
If you played Rogue Corps, it's terrible.
but it's more Contra, and I like
Kuksu.
Contra.
It's not good Contra. It has a Panda
I-
Man, and it's not good.
I know, but parts of it were fun, not much of it. Silent Hill HD collection is available for only $10 instead of 30.
Unfortunately, they never
It's-
fixed it, so it's the
Yeah.
trash versions of it. They really need to fix
Yeah.
that. It's
But
awful.
it's also the only playable way to play these games at the moment.
Yep, which is lame. What was I gonna say?
I
Creepy
agree.
Tail.
Need for Speed Unbound's on sale, although it's about to come to Game Pass.
Yeah, Cyberpunk
23
2077
instead of
is 60%
30.
off. There's a bundle with Phantom Liberty, it's 30% off. That didn't seem that good a deal. I think I'm just gonna wait for a sale on Phantom Liberty because I
The
just don't
Crew
have
2
time.
is an insane sale. The special edition is $6 instead of 60.
Yeah, but how long are you gonna get to keep it before they shut the servers down?
I don't know, but Watch Dogs Legion is also $10 instead of 70. Looks like all of Ubisoft stuff is on insane.
Let's talk
sales.
about some actually like really good games here. Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sins, the Series X and Xbox One version is 50% off.
Yeah, 20.
Dark
Although
Souls
Dark Souls
3
Freeze Deluxe is even better of a deal.
it's 50% off. But if
Yeah.
you already own Dark Souls 3, the DLC, the Season's Pass is 50% off also. Dark Souls Remastered is 50% off. That's a good game too. Even though I have
Oh, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot's on sale. Buy it. Buy it. It's $45 off. It's 15
Dragon Ball
instead of 60.
Fighters is also 85% off. The
Ooh,
Fighters
so is a
Pass is
good time.
70% off. Kakarot, like you said, 75% off. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot Seasons Pass, 50% off. Dragon's Lair Trilogy? Is that the weird... Dragon's Lair is interesting. Can I just watch the Don Bluth movies? You know what?
Soul Calibur's on a really good sale too.
Is that the one that got delisted? No.
No, this
Dragon's
is the
Lair
most recent
Trilogy
one.
is $12.99. That's
Not
got Death
bad.
Counter and Score. Wait, that's Space Ace. You get Space Ace too?
Maybe.
Hold on. Oh wait, I know the one it is. This is Dragon's. I remember this collection. So you get Dragon's Lair, Space Ace, and Dragon's Lair 2, The Time Warp. Not Dragon's Lair 3, which does exist. Okay, I just want to check
Which
that.
does exist. You
It
may
does
be surprised to
exist.
find it's real.
$12.99. There's also a second Space Ace.
So far every single Ubisoft game I've passed is at least $40-something off.
And this is why you don't buy the Ubisoft.
Ubisoft Plus thing.
Yeah, you can literally buy like any of the games you actually wanted when they're on sale for like 80% off, which always happens.
Far Cry 5 is $9. Watch Dogs 2 Deluxe is $9.
Red Nautica is 65% off.
Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet is 56 off. It's only 14 instead of 70.
Duke Nukem Forever is 80% off. Damn.
Ooh, the good Sword Art. I mean, one of the good Sword Art Online. Alicization Lycosis, the Deluxe is 26 instead of 105. That's a great deal. It's actually a really good game.
All the Far Cry games are like 75, 80% off.
Ooh,
New
I got another
Dawn's
big one
80%
for
off. Good
the
one.
Weebs. Tales of Vesperia Definitive is $7.50 instead of $50, so you save 42. And Tales of Arise is also on sale, 20 instead of 60. Very good
Steal.
deals. Definitely
Steal,
recommend
man.
them.
That's a steal.
100%.
Because you get both versions with Tales of Arise. So
You
if you
do,
have a
which
Series
is why
S, yeah, if you have a Series S or a Series X, you can double up on achievements if you want by playing the game
I
through
technically
twice.
own 4 copies now because I own the Series X and S slash, or the one version physically, and then they gave me the digital version of them because it got delayed due to COVID at the time. So, great game. Can't recommend it enough.
Gunscore and Cannonoli, 60% off. The second
Cannoli?
game is 50% off. Yes, you don't know Gunscore and Cannelloni?
I know about the cannoli.
No,
Delicious.
it's the like the mob game.
Yeah, it's very Italiano.
Haunted Halloween 86. This sounds interesting. I don't remember hearing
It's a
about
lot
it.
of haunted houses.
No, it's the year 80.
I know.
$3.83. This almost looks like okay.
Ooh,
I
I
think
got
it's
one for
supposed to be a an Amiga game.
Ooh. Shout out to the footage we
Apple
had the
II,
last few weeks.
perhaps.
The Darkness is on sale. It's $4 instead of 20. $4.20.
I saw
Dishonored definitely out.
IAI and I was like, "Is that?" I'm like, "No, it's not the game. I think it is." JoJo's Bizarre Adventure: All-Star Battle is 40% off.
Found another good one for the Weebs. Yes Origins is 8 instead of 20.
There's a Ys game on
great game.
Xbox. There you go, guys.
Yeah, we got Origin. We never got
Kingdom
more than that, even though we
Rush.
got this years ago, and I'm so sad.
Little
Didn't this
Nightmares
just
is
come out?
75% off. Little Nightmares 1
Yeah.
and 2 bundle is 60% off. It's both games.
Turn those little ones into big nightmares.
Little Nightmares is a really interesting game. I kind of liked it.
Oh, definitely.
The first game is a little rough on Series X because it never got any enhancements,
Yeah.
but it still plays fine. Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom, 75% off. Monster Prom, double X L.
Seeing this one just sounds depressing. Animal Shelter Simulator. Please don't make me put the dogs down in a simulator. I don't want to do it. A lot of Jackbox parties are on sale too, in case people like to stream it with friends or play it locally with people at home.
Monster
Kuni's on sale
Prom.
too.
Monster Prom's a good game, guys. $6.92 is a steal for the ridiculous. It's a competitive dating sim
Oh no,
where
I
you
know
try
that
and
one.
win the love of your monster girl
What's the
or
XXL
boy if you
part?
trust. I think this is all the DLC, right?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's got all the
Maybe?
DLC because Calcatron's there.
Very cool.
Yeah, it comes with both. Contains the second term DLC as well as all the seasonal content released throughout the game's lifespan. Yeah, the brand new characters. Yeah, it's a competitive dating sim. Yeah, I think you only play it locally, right? Oh no, it does have online co-op. It's got online co-op, kids.
How did this game manage to get on here? This game is really fucked up.
What? Monster Prom?
No, I was scrolling by. Little Misfortune. It's with this little girl. It's got blood, some partial nudity from her, strong language, suggestive themes, use of drugs, violence. I've seen tidbits here and there. I haven't actually played it, but
Sorry,
I
what
thought
was
it would
that?
be
Little
like
Miss Nightmare, you said?
Little Misfortune. It's on sale, and I had just passed it. And I'm like, oh my god, this is on Xbox. So I remember someone playing it and thinking like, oh, this is probably only on Steam due to that.
This one?
Yes. It doesn't look bad, I know, until you actually play it. It just fucks with you.
It was meh.
So cute.
Welcome to my game. The rules of this game are simple.
Oh
There
man, I
is
love
no
a happy
right
origin
or
story.
wrong, only consequences.
Okay, only consequences.
When you beat the game, the prize of eternal happiness is yours.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. What?
Mr. Boys,
Yes, Misfortune?
has anyone reached the end of the game and gotten the eternal happiness?
Yes, of course.
You know, I want to win this prize for my
Since I don't have the
mommy.
sound on, all I'm seeing is the
That's
slapstick
really sweet
and
of
nothing
you.
else.
I'm going out to play, mommy. I saw a monster.
What monster? I didn't see anything. It's probably just
It's the
your
homie Satan.
imagination.
Okay. Alright.
Strange one.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's made by the people that did Fran Bow, so I guess it makes sense that it's on here.
Is that what you're talking about as meh, Ren? Little Miss
What?
Fortune? Yoshi said it was meh. I don't know what she's referring to. I was going through a bunch of stuff, so
Windjammers is
clarify
on
in a
sale.
second.
Death Road to Canada. It's a fun
Oh,
game.
Death Road to Canada is a fun game.
Yeah.
How does it play on a
Shoots a road,
controller?
too. I had no problems. It was
Okay,
fun.
I still don't know. Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch is 50% off.
Yeah. Same with Gundam Battle Alliance.
Oh, I love Gundam Battle Lines. I had to
Oh,
finish it.
Nexamon's on sale.
I
too.
really like that game, but I just keep getting sidetracked by other things. It's so hard. All these games. River
I
City
know.
Girls is 50% off.
Oh, Game of Life's on sale.
Whoa. Romance
Ember.
Mania is on sale.
Oh, it is?
20%
How
off.
much is it? Oh, I wonder if it'll still be too steep. I'll find out when I get to it.
It should be on my wish list because I wish listed it.
Oh, I got a big recommendation after that.
It is $25.59. I don't know. You got to romance
So
that
probably
lady with the big
$19.99
pumpkins.
here.
The big pumpkins.
A big one to recommend for the indie lovers. Door Kickers Action Squad. Instead of $15, it's $3 right now. That one's online co-op too, if you want. It's a lot of fun. I've enjoyed a lot of that game.
Scarlet Nexus is 75% off. That's a great game.
Oh, even
Shantae and the
sports games are
Pirate
off.
and the Seven Sirens, 50% off. the game. Is
Love
that
to see
the?
it.
That's not the Ultimate Edition, though, is it? Skill attack. What? Smart move. Song of Horror. Song of Horror was okay.
I love that game personally.
It got
Big
kind of
recommend.
blah.
Like the ending was a bit disappointing,
I didn't
but
make it
the
to the
game
ending.
itself I enjoyed.
I was just blah.
Oh,
Both the Evil
what part did
Withins
you
are on
get to?
sale. I remember getting to like a certain puzzle and was just like, this is just not good.
In the
It's
first
the-
area?
I think I was decently I think I was like halfway through the game. I just was not excited to continue.
One of the cool mechanics was uh if you play with people in the chapter, they can die and they die permanently. But if you keep them alive, they make it to the next chapter and you have more characters to play with, and it affects the story depending on who lives and who dies. But it was really cool the aspect of like the permadeath, because it was like, no, if you fucked up, that character's gone for this run, and everything that they would have affected in a chain of dominoes also is, and that affects some of the puzzles, some of the story. So the concept was really cool, and the areas were definitely spooky. Uh, it was the finale that fell a little bit flat for me, but everything else was really good. It definitely made up for it.
If you have a burning need to play all the Ninja Turtles games from the past, Shredder's Revenge is 30% off, and the Cowabunga collection is 40% off. Which
Oh
is like
man, if you
all the
combine
games and all
those.
the variants. So there's a ton of stuff going on there. Dark Pictures Anthology, The
Oh,
Darkest
Ziggurat 2 is
Tales,
on sale.
Evil
I had
Within.
the first one. I might have to pick it up at some
I
point.
mean, if you're not a Game Pass person, Evil Within 2 being 80% off,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
it's a good game. It's much better than the first. And you don't need to play the first to understand it.
Ooh, I have to recommend this too. Moonlighter's Complete Edition is free 60 instead of 25. That's a really good game. It's a combination of a roguelike dungeon crawling experience and a shopkeeper experience where you spend the daytime selling all the loot and stuff in your store and then getting more at night.
Sounds like Racketeer. Or not Racketeer? Racketeer. Capitalism. Ho!
Yeah, Ziggurat 1 and 2 and Rogue Legacy 1 and 2 are all on sale for really low prices.
The Sexy Brutale. Sojourn.
Yeah.
The Surge. I never
Oh.
really cared for the Surge, but it's there.
Wave Break came out recently and that's on sale.
Witcher 2 is 80% off.
Wave Break is a skateboarding game where you're on tiny boats and it's also like Tony Hawk, but also you have a gun for some reason. And you
But
can
also
murder
a gun.
people. Yeah.
But
God, I think
also
they
a
showed
gun.
that last year at one of the Xbox showcase things. I was like, oh my god, it's kind of awesome.
Looks like a lot of the Witcher stuff is on sale, 50% off or so. But
Yeah.
40% off for most of the expansions, for the 2 expansions each, or 40% off for the expansion pass, or 50% off for the Game of the Year edition. That includes the enhanced edition upgrade, right, for Series X, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Which I've
Oh,
heard
for
is a
people who
mixed bag.
people who love those Game Maker games from a while back, the really big one, Witch's House, that's on sale right now. $6 off.
Beggar Witch. Which is on
Hmm.
sale. That's the game I think it is, right?
Battle Kid. I mean, I just bought Battle Kid. I couldn't pass
Yes,
that
it
game
is
up.
the game I thought it was. Trigger Witch.
What?
Trigger Witch.
Oh,
I love it. She has a pipe.
what if witch but gun? You son of a bitch, I'm in. Oh man, is PC Building Simulator Aurora's Workshop also on sale? Crazy.
Aorus? Oh, is it Asus tie-in DLC?
Yep.
Huh.
Oh, you should look this game up. Type this in real quick. PU.
Ooh, Praise on sale. 80% off. I believe that is. Hold on, I want to check quick. I believe it is this one. Yes, $5 for Prey.
Oh, with the butthole doors?
Yes, and the butthole doors.
Oh, that's a win.
That's a win. $5. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Okay, which one am I looking for?
PU SS exclamation point. That is it. Puss. It's like a chibi cat puzzle thing. It actually looks better than you'd think, but that name. But yeah, it's got decently good ratings, and I saw it was a pretty good sale. If I remember correctly, this one is like ADD in a nutshell. Oh god, all the reviews are from like IGN, Jacksepticeye, Markiplier. Apparently, this was a big streaming one for a while.
Oh, it's 420. 420. Blaze it.
Oh, 1 second.
Rage is on sale.
All right, I'll wrap it up. To go soon, apologies. I didn't realize it's been 4 hours already, and I'm gonna have to eat dinner. Oh, 5 hours, I mean? No, 4 hours?
And 4.5. That's okay. We kind of went
I
off
didn't
the
realize.
rails and did whatever. I just want to
Yeah,
look at
we
this
were just.
one last game here.
Yeah, no problem.
The Misadventures. Is it just one S?
Stays on a big
I always spell that wrong.
We've only got one page
Why
left.
is what?
Well,
Spell it? It should have shown up by now.
All Justice Sucks is on sale, which is the sequel to the Roomba game.
Let's
Where
just
he's
try up
Rambo. Oh my god, the Kaiju dating sim game is on sale. Kaiju? Kaiju dating sim.
Why is this not showing up at all?
What is it?
The Misadventures of PB Winterbottom. I always want to know what the hell this is about. It's back, Pat.
Maybe start with a T for the.
No, I tried it. It didn't come up with anything.
Oh.
And the page is just infinitely loading.
Oh man, an airport for aliens currently run by dogs is on sale.
This is an
That's the game
alphabetical
of all
order.
the stock
Damn,
photo dogs.
$4. That's pretty good. The fact that they don't want me to see this game makes me want to see it more.
Oh, 100%.
It's probably gonna be awful.
It's trying to protect you.
No, just show me.
Rip them off as a minimalistic new puzzle
It's
game of
$2.
economic management.
Okay, it's on Games with Gold sale. Thank you. So if I go home.
Esports Life Tycoon. Oh, Super Mash is on sale for $2. That's definitely not bad. This is the one that had really cool potential and then just turned out to be kind of average. Where you basically mix two genres and it makes a game that you play. I have run out of games. Well, I'll be back. I have to eat dinner before the entire family yells at me.
No.
But before I go, Monster Boy in the Cursed Kingdom, $10 instead of 40. Hell yes.
I can't find this game. I'm really disappointed. It came up, but I can't find it. here.
Vegas
That's
Party
fine.
is $19 off out of 20.
Oh no, I found it. I found it. Here it is.
See, all you had to do was give up hope, and the desire sensors were like, oh, it's because it's just Winterbottom in here. There's no PB. That's how to get you.
It says PB there, but it says Winterbottom. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
how to
that's
get.
it for
Oh
us
wait,
this
I
week.
remember that game.
It's $2.
That's the twist. You were looking this whole time. I'm like, I know that one.
Well, it's
What about
called
this
the
poker game?
Misadventure stuff. But all
99
right,
cents.
you
Sorry
gotta
for
head
the rush
off.
out. We
I'm
got
gonna head
distracted
off.
by deals.
No, no, it's fine. I wanted to go through some of them because there was a ton. But
Oh yeah, save some people some money. Find some stuff ourselves.
yep,
All
and then I'll
right,
never
see you
play.
guys next week. Yeah, oh god, yeah. So it's all going to the backlog with the
I'll
over
go in the
thousands of
backlog.
games.
Till next time. Let the night.
Bye.